Hi, guys. Here we are. Sunday evening. Sty Story Sunday. No, old man, I'm going to stick with Central Time. Yeah. Hey, everybody. Hey, Nemi just popped in. Good to see you, Nemi. James, Andy. Who all we got? Okay, that's all that we got in the chat right now. Oh, buddy. Hey, buddy. Good to see ya. Man of the moment. Yeah. In the moment. Okay. I had to check a few things. We're all good. What's up? What's up? Good question. What's up? My foot feels like it should be up my butt. Probably be more comfortable. Yeah, Nemi, my ankle, yeah, it's coming back real slow. Um, Andy, yeah. No, it's really. Hey, fishing with Slip. Good to see you, Slip. Yeah, it's. I don't know what to think about it. I get up in the mornings and the swelling is way down and by 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, that swelling starts coming back. Even if I got it up, and it's just like the swelling comes and goes with the daylight. So as the sun goes down, it feels a little better. And when I get up in the morning, it's feeling great. And then throughout the day, it just keeps getting worse and worse. But I can walk around on it fairly good. There's some pain, but nothing severe. Hurts more when I'm just sitting. Yeah, there you go, Nemi. I wish I did. Yeah, I got another full week yet before I'm going to be back out camping. So that should be a little better by then. And yeah, I got bad news today. They screwed up my reservation on the campsite I wanted. And guess what? I get to spend another 7 days, 6 nights in the ankle breaker campsite. I'm right back to navigating that steep doggone hill again. Yeah, but it's the only campsite I can get that week. Otherwise, I'm just out of luck. Checked a few other campgrounds. Ain't happening. Nothing where I can get a full 6 nights, 7 days. I can get three days. One, I can get 4 days in a fairly good campsite. Yeah, it's because it's the holiday weekend here. Labor Day weekend. If all the women are in labor, then all the men should be at the hospitals with them and leave the campsites for me. Oh, wrong labor. Okay. Old man said his chat froze up again. I had to restart again. Huh. And he says swelling's down because you've been horizontal. Yeah. Moment you hang that foot down, let alone bear weight, you're pumping fluid down and inflaming it again. Yeah. That's what it is. But there ain't no avoiding it. I can't be flat on my back 24 hours a day over an ankle. I just can't do it. Nemi feels like everything under a week is too short. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm taking my high tops with my high top hikers. They provide a lot of support, and I'm going to keep it wrapped in an ace, except when I'm out on the kayak. I won't be able to do the hike around the lake, I'm pretty sure. It all depends on this next week, how, it could start healing nice and quick over the next week, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, tie your ankle to your neck. My luck, I'd break my neck and my ankle. Hey, Dave, Beastly Ironworks is in the house, guys. Anybody that's not over there watching David over at Beastly Ironworks, you're missing out. Man, I could sit in your shop with you, David, and watch you make knives all day, man. I really could. I really could. That's a skill I wish I had. Hey, Native Grammy. Good to see you, girl. Good to see you. Oh, you're more than welcome, David. Yeah, that knife that you're working on for that giveaway. Just watching you go through the process is just awesome. It's just awesome to watch. The 5:30 natives, Shasta County, California, new here. Yes. Well, welcome. It's good to see you. Good to see you. And what we'll be doing is the same as typical. That's 7:30. I'll do the Sty story, and then after that, we'll just have open general chat. I put tubes 5150 in the search, and nothing comes up on that except channels about the old vacuum tubes for radios. So without his actual YouTube address, I don't know that I can find it. I'm trying. I've been trying since you told me the first time. Oh, Nemi hasn't had sarmas in like a month. I think I'm going crazy. I haven't had sarmas in 3 years. And it doesn't matter. I'm already crazy. Speaking for myself, I'm having a good night. Is that the link, Andy? Or no? Or one of your others that's going to make me eat more? There it is. No, I did a search. Thank you, Andy. I did a search for him on YouTube, and he wouldn't pop up. That's it. That's the man. Thank you. Oh, it's mellow here too. Just watching that 70s show. Yeah. Thanks. That's too long. No, you're not. You're the best. Yeah, oh wow. There's 7 of you and 2 of you mainly use that account. Oh wow. Yeah, I did it with the space in the middle, Andy. I did it with the space in the middle. Actually, I did it both ways. The first way didn't bring nothing up. It didn't have anything to do with even the word tubes. So I did it with the space in the middle, and all that came up were video channels that had to do with vacuum tubes for old radios and TVs. Oh, music and vlog. Cool. Cool. Well, yeah, everybody, make sure to check each other out. Make sure to check each other out. Yeah, yeah. All is well, guys. All is well. We're there. that link, that link put me right to his giveaway. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, we used to. You know what? That was crazy. I think back to that, and when I was a kid, I'd sit there with my Swiss Army knife, and I'd whittle Bowie knives and hunting knives out of wood. I always packed around a big Bowie knife that I had hand whittled that my grandpa got me into doing some whittling and stuff, and I'd sit out there in the backyard and I'd whittle knives with a knife. Native Grammy says, sorry, hi everyone, much love. Randy brought home 20 years of corn from work, so peeling and vacuum sealing. Oh, yeah, yeah. And leaving some out to eat right away. I love my corn. Oh yeah. I'm taking I'm taking several ears out with me to camp the next trip out. Oh man, my first meal in camp, a good cooked meal, was those steaks and that corn and that cantaloupe. Oh, that corn I just loved. Just loved. Yeah, and his buddies made clubs. Yeah, yeah. Gravy said, "Oh yes, guess what's for dinner?" Plus ribeye, of course, of course. And he says, "I love sweet corn, but I think about it too long. I find myself being drawn to the toilet these days." Oh, I'm glad I don't have that issue. I don't your issues, Andy. Man, brother, I that bums me. That bums me because yeah, it's gotta be a bummer having to set that stuff aside. Hey, Chuck, great to see ya. Great to see ya. Yeah, the one thing this channel doesn't need is more corn. No, sweet corn is corn. It's regular corn, except it's sweeter, and it doesn't it doesn't go to seed and get hard and dry like a field corn or feed corn does. Um, it tends to rot on the ears instead of drying out like other corns do because it's so full of it's it's very sweet, less starch. Um, hey Eileen, I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. If I look like I'm cringing once in a while, my ankle's really hurting tonight, I should say tonight. And I haven't been on it much today. Oh yeah, candy corn. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's candy corn. And you know what you do? You take a bag of that candy corn and a jar of honey roasted peanuts and you mix the two together, mix it all up, put it in a sealed candy container, and you eat that stuff, and it's like you're eating salted nut rolls. The candy bar, salted nut roll. Oh, to die for. I'll mix that stuff up and take it with when I'm hiking as a trail mix. It's yeah. The only thing good for you is the peanut, not all the sugar on the peanuts and all the sugar in the candy corn. But yeah, bicolor has become just I don't know. The only the last time I raised corn be about 6 years ago. I think I had 10 rows of corn, each row about 40 feet long. That was heirloom sweet corn. It was all yellow. Um, and he says, "Sounds good. I remember I used to eat chocolate and pickles, and it was her favorite thing ever." Oh boy. Cheesehead's having smoked ribs and Bob's sweet corn for dinner tonight. Awesome cheese. Awesome. Yeah, I tell you what, Bob's bicolor corn. Yeah, yeah, that's candy corn. For real corn, that's candy corn. I love it. Oh man, do I love it. Yeah, Andy, you can go on timeout, geez. Starting early, isn't he? Your aunt, yeah. Andy, yeah, food porn. Here we go. Is that one I've already looked at, Andy? I don't want too many tabs up tonight. I finally got my video done making the. Oh, dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. That ain't the perfect steak. That is not the perfect steak, Andy. It's not. The perfect steak is one on my grill. Hi, Kendra. Grammy says, "Oh, I had ribs last week in the Sty stream, or it could have been barbecue chicken legs and thighs." Doesn't matter which one, Grammy. I believe it was ribs. You were talking about ribs during one of the streams. You were rattling on about your having ribs, and yeah, 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 yeah. So, how's it going, Kendra? Is all well? Hope so. I'm actually gonna grab myself a few ibuprofen, being I'm going to be sitting here for anywhere from 4 to 5 hours. Ooh, I got just enough to make it to payday. I have another supply item too that I'm going to tear into later. Yeah, shut up and eat your new chocolate when it gets there. That's going to be a biash. That one. That one. There are absolutely no guarantees. I get that first one down. That'll probably be it. candy corn chocolate covered peanuts mix now. Really? Grammy says 7 hours. I think I'm not doing 7 tonight, guys. Ain't happening. Yeah, the last one was 7 hours, 58 minutes, and like 52 seconds. Something wrong with that. That's crazy, you guys. Grammy says, oh, wait, I've been up 20, so at least 4, maybe 5 hours. Yeah, already told these guys midnight is going to be my cutoff tonight, no matter what. No guarantees you will get and keep that first little block down, Sty. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Yeah, there's no guarantees. None. If I can get that first one down, I'll be okay. It's got to get down, though. That's the worst part. I can get it down. I got a pretty strong stomach that way. It ain't coming back. See, I'm one where I wouldn't let it come back, because why would you want to experience twice in a row? I mean, come on. A Nestle's Crunch Bites and candy corn mix coming out. Oh yeah, yeah. They had the pumpkin spice ones last year. I got some of those. I liked them. They were pretty good. David says, thank God at dinner I would have to stop working on this knife and go chew. I bet, David. I see when I was living out in the woods, and all these people that, oh, you should be doing this and that and this and that when you're out in the woods and this and that. And it's amazing how much time I found in a day just to do bushcrafty kind of stuff. But I'd get on a project and I had to try to be disciplined, force myself to get in the shack, fix some dinner, eat some dinner, and then go back to my project. Because once you start creating something, you just don't want to put it down. You just don't want to quit. Yeah, you had mentioned that cheese. Spam's coming out with a pumpkin and spice spam 2-pack, only available on spam.com and wallyworld.com. I yeah, I can't. I don't think I'd spend the money on it. Because to me I could eat it, but it doesn't really sound pleasing to me. Because I have my pumpkin pie after I eat the meat course. After I don't take my pumpkin pie and slap it on top of the meat I'm eating. Here I go smoking without you. Sorry, David. Oh, Chuck said he found spicy spam on sale for $2 a can. Oh, wow. Native Grammy says we have lots of fun camping. I think Randy and I need to make a trip back to Wisconsin. Hey, I'm telling you, Grammy, don't come to Wisconsin without letting me know, and we got to meet up somehow. You and Randy, I'd want to meet up with you guys. Yeah. Not pumpkin and spice, pumpkin spice flavored. Right, pumpkin spice. It's, it's pumpkin is its own thing. Spices are their own thing. You put the two together and call it pumpkin spice. It's still pumpkin and spice. And no, geez, you can't get there from here. No, that's can't be the way you came. Oh, your furry son. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There's always got to be a bandit. I love pooches. I love them. Just ask Cheese. His three buddies, they just, yeah, they come out to camp and they make themselves at home and they don't upset Sty. Heck, one knocked over my tripod with the camera on it. Whoosh. And all I just, oh, Wally. And it was the shortest one that knocked it over. The two big ones that I thought for sure would knock something over, they didn't knock nothing over. The little guy, Wally. But he's stocky, and he's short. But yeah, and it was my own fault because I had a bag that had a Kipper snack can in it. So he smelled that fish oil in that bag. And he was trying to get to it, and it was right next to the tripod. So it was my own fault. Oh, you got a tree that's got a natural cross on it. That's cool. And he says, can just see Sty barreling down the street on an old whittled crutch like a one-legged pirate. Yeah, Chuck, you have to go to someplace else and start out to get there. That I did that one video. It's quite a ways back. I did that video called "You Can't Get There From Here," and I got in this situation with this old guy out in Montana and drove me nuts. And finally, I had to just tell him, "Shut up, old man! You bugger! You're getting me lost for no reason." Because he insisted, "You cannot get there from here." And I said, "What I want to know from you is, how do I get to where I can get there from?" Oh, uh-huh. No, pumpkin spice is actually to flavor the pumpkin. Yeah, you're right, Cheese. You're right. Well, yeah, take a container of actual pumpkin spice, lick your finger, stick it in there, and taste it. No, you're going to taste the nutmeg, the cinnamon, and everything else that's in there. No, that's what gives the flavor to the pumpkin. You're right. You're right. Story's starting right about now. I just have to rearrange myself in my chair. Hurry up. Get your cup. Get your cup of there. And oh, I'm knocking stuff all over the place. Oh, there goes some more. Before I start the story, look at what I made today. Look at the goodness. Look at the goodness, guys. Oh. Peanut butter cookies. Sty made them from scratch. I dug out some of the old recipes I still had from my mom. And I checked, and yeah, I had everything I needed, so I made them this morning. Yeah, a lot of those spices are Cheese. They're in barbecue sauces. Yeah. This one might interest you a little bit, Nemi. They are. I had one, but I'll be eating more after the Sty Story. I'm going to try to eat those instead of doing these. They're both bad for me. And we'll see what I can do. Caramel M&M cookies yesterday. Oh, Grammy. Oh, Grammy, I trade you some of I'll trade you 2-1. These 2-1 of yours. Well, it's going to get graphic. He's resituating. But no. Well, I guess I should get going on this Sty Story, guys. Yeah, the title of this one. Oh, hi, Michelle. Hi, I got to say hi to Michelle before I start the Sty Story. Good to see you. Thanks, Grammy. I wish we could swap a little. Yeah, Michelle, we're just getting started on it. We're just going to do the Sty Story now. So here we go. The title of this week's Sty Story. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing close to the truth. For me, this is kind of a sad story. There's some really great things about this story. But for me personally, I know I've told this story to other people, in small groups and that, and they all like the story. But for me personally, it's kind of a sad story. It kind of touches home to me. But here we go. Okay, this is back, oh geez, I don't even remember what year that would have been. But I was 10 years old. And I love to fish. I always have. My mother used to always tell me that when I was a baby, when the family would go on vacation, when I was a baby, they'd bundle my butt up and they'd put me in a picnic basket, for crying out loud, drop me in the boat and take me with fishing. So I was around fishing all the time. So I loved to fish. And at 10 years old, during the summer, that's all I did. If I wasn't with the family doing something or doing little odd jobs to make a few bucks, I was running out fishing. I had 3 or 4 fishing poles that were mine. I had a cane pole, old-fashioned cane pole. Used the cane pole when we'd fish the channels between the lakes that we lived amongst. Well, this neighborhood kid that none of the other kids liked, he was like the little neighborhood ass, there's always one that's just an ass. And he was. Yeah, he was a character boy. Well, he asked me, he saw me walking down the road, and they lived about 4 blocks from us. Saw me walking down the road with that cane pole, and I had a little can of worms, and I'm heading down to the lake. And he goes, "Are you going fishing?" And I thought, "Oh, yeah. I got a fishing pole and a can of worms." No, I'm not going fishing. I'm going swimming." You dope? Well, "I'm coming with," he says. I didn't invite him. He's all of a sudden, he's coming with, And he says, "Where are you fishing?" And I told him where I'm going. I'll see you there. Well, I get there, and it's this big, long channel with a highway bridge going over it. And there's nobody else fishing there. And usually there's a lot of people fishing there. And this is late summer, just maybe a few weeks before school was going to start. I get down there and I get my line, finally get my line in the water, and boom, I start catching these nice big sunfish, and we were catching crappies off of that channel, and it was a great time. I'm having a great time. And he shows up. His name was Greg. So Greg shows up. And I thought, well, there goes my peace and quiet, my fun fishing. So I tried to ignore him as much as possible. And I kept trying to move down the channel away from him. Well, they had put all this riprap, these big rocks all along the edge of the channel. And hi, Rasmus. And Rod. And I just kept moving down those big rocks along the channel, getting as far away from Greg as I could. Well, I found one. I want to sit there and I get my line. I'm right under the bridge now, right under it. I get my line out there and I'm just kind of, a typical kid. You can't keep your attention on nothing. I'm looking around and I'm looking up towards where the bridge and the embankment met, looking up in that spot where it meets. And I could see up there something green sticking out from under a rock, just barely sticking out. I got curious, stuck my cane pole between a couple of rocks, and I climbed up there, and I looked, and it looked like it was maybe rubber or something. So I grabbed it, and I'm pulling, and there was a big rock on top of it, and I'm pushing on that rock. Finally, I get it out. I don't know if you've ever seen one, but it was a green bank bag with the zipper on it. So a green bank bag, and it's thick. I mean, it's almost as wide as it is long. Here comes Greg. What you find? What you find? And I said, I found this bag. I didn't know it was a bank bag. I was 10 years old. I didn't know what it was. I said, I found this bag. And he says, well, and I thought, well, we better look inside it, see what it is. I unzipped it. And I'm not proud, I'll admit. I dribbled in my pants. That bag was packed full of money. Packed full of money. And he saw it. And he's grabbing for it. And I zipped it shut. And I said, what are you doing? He says, that's ours. I said, first of all, I found it. Second of all, it's not ours. It's not mine. It's somebody else's. Well, for one thing, my father was the chief of police of that community. This boy wasn't going to take a penny out of that dang bag. No way. No way. I got another Sty story about going to jail. And I was only 6 years old. I got taken to jail. That's a whole nother Sunday. But so I knew darn well that ain't mine. Don't touch it. And I'm hanging on to that bag. I'm not going to let it go. And Greg's mad. He's mad. Give me that bag. Half of that's mine and this and that. Bye, Rasmus. And I said, no, you're not getting any. I left my cane pole stuck in them rocks, left my can of worms sitting there, and I took off for home. Well, it was about a 15-minute hike, trot home. With this rotten kid right behind me all the way. If you don't let me have half of that, I'm going to beat the tar out of you. This and that. I said, give it a shot, buddy. You ain't going to beat the tar out of me. I said, and you ain't getting any of this. I said, you touch it, and I'll have my old man arrest you for stealing. And we get to my house, and my dad's not home, but my mother is. And I go running in the house, and Greg follows me right in the house. And my mother goes, what's going on? Settle down, settle down. And I handed the bag to her. I knew when she said, settle down, shut your mouth and just present, calmly present. So I hold the bag out to her. And she takes that bag and she opens it, looks in there. She zips it back shut, sets it on the dining room table. And she looks at me and she goes, where did you find that? I told her the whole story, and she says, okay. She gets on the dispatch radio because we had the dispatch center was in our house. We all were trained, even us kids, on how to dispatch the squad cars in 3 neighboring communities. She gets on the radio and dispatches my father home. And she said, and get here quick. Well, he did. Boy, he come flying in the yard with the squad car, and darn near didn't even have it in park, and he's already getting out of the car because she told him what she saw in the bag, but that she didn't know exactly how much was there. He got there. He looks at the bag and he goes, who's handled this bag? I said, well, I did. Greg had his hands all over it, but I took it up, wouldn't let him touch it. He was touching it, but I didn't let him have it. And I said, and Mom's handled it. And he goes, fine. So he picks it up. You know, there's no way they could print it or anything at that point. It had been corrupted too much. So he opens it and looks in there. And about 2/3 of the bag was cash, and another third was all checks. So he pulls a couple of the checks out and looks at them, and they're made out to the local Dairy Queen, right? He calls sheriff's department and says, I need 2 deputies dispatched to my residence right away. And then he called the Dairy Queen, got the manager on the phone and said, I need you at my residence right now. He said, no delays. Drop whatever you're doing. If you got to lock up your restaurant, do it. You have to get here right now. They made us 2 boys sit in the living room, and all of a sudden, here comes these 2 deputy sheriffs in the house, and then here comes the owner of the Dairy Queen. They come in, and one of the deputy sheriffs is a lead investigator for Hennepin County in west of Minneapolis. And what I didn't like was, here's the part that was sad. Well, they take that bag, they open it, and they take all the money out of it and all the checks. They separate the 2. And with the owner of the Dairy Queen, they're counting it out. My mother gave them a tablet for calculating, and they're counting all the money and the checks, right? My father, the chief of police, looks at me and he says, you, come here. I go walking over. Yeah, what? And he says, I need to talk to you. And we went in the other room where nobody else could hear us. And he told me, you had nothing to do with it. Hi, Richard. He says, you had nothing to do with it. You were there when Greg found it. And you didn't do anything. And Greg asked you what to do. So you said you would bring it to me. That's all your involvement was. But you did not find it. You did not handle it. You did not open it. I said, but that's not true. And he goes, it's going to be the fact today. It has to be the fact today. And I didn't like that. I said, Dad, you told me never, ever, ever, ever lie to a cop. Don't do it. And he goes, today, you are just not going to admit involvement. He says, you're not going to outright lie to him. You're just going to withhold that you had anything, any part in it other than to bring Greg here with it. I said, well, what if I tell him the truth? My dad said, you do not want to go there. Well, I knew that tone. Okay, I don't want to go there, you know. Yeah, 10 years old is a pretty short life. Yeah, so then he called Greg in, and he told Greg what the story is. And then the 3 of us came out of the side room, went into the dining room. They had just finished up counting it. Everything was there except for $20. So whoever had stolen it had taken 20 out and stashed the rest and was going to come back later for it. We couldn't believe our ears when we heard that that bag's worth was $9,600. It was $9,600 that Dairy Queen would have lost. My dad finds out that this guy only makes a deposit every 60 days. It was a 2-month deposit. Now, back in those days, in the 60s, 10 grand. I mean, holy God. My folks paid $12,000 for our house and 4 acres. Oh, us boys, our eyes were just huge like that. So they asked me what the story was. And my father did tell me I did the right thing. I said, well, really, you should ask Greg. And I walked out of the room. I wasn't going to let my father make me lie. I wasn't going to let those people lead me into having to tell a lie. So I just left the room and sat in the living room and listened to Greg give him this big BS story about how he found it, and he looked in it and knew right away that this has to be returned to the owners and this and that. That thieving little, I'm not going to say it. If I wouldn't have stopped that kid, they would have never seen a dime of that money again. He would have taken the cash, and his whole family was that way. His dad especially, everybody knew. His dad had been arrested like 11 times for burglary. So come on. I mean, you think any of that money would have ever shown up? No. So I sat in the living room and listened to this whole story. And then they said, thank you, Greg. We are so glad you told us what happened. And you can go sit in the other room with Sty. So he comes in, sits in the living room, and I'm just scowling at him. I won't talk to the little... There we go again. I'm not saying it. They get done with their business in the other room, get done questioning the Dairy Queen owner and everything, and getting their police reports all together and what they're going to say in their reports and stuff. And then they come out and they come in the living room. And what really, really stuck in my craw, it's hard to convince a 10-year-old that honesty always pays, always pays. When the lousy little criminal who turned into an adult criminal that ended up doing 8 years behind bars, was handed $500 reward for finding that money. And all I could do is sit there, keep my mouth shut, and wait for them all to congratulate him, pat him on the head, and he's got $500 cash, 10 years old, walk out of my door, running home with his $500. The other cops left, the owner left, and my pop came in and he said, now you deserve an explanation. And I thought, you're damn right I do. And am I to trust you from now on? You better give me a good reason. Well, he explained to me the volatile situation of being the chief of police in such a small community, that if any money was missing out of that bag, they wouldn't immediately, I would have been considered the prime suspect, simply because I was the son of the chief of police, that I would have been considered the prime suspect to have taken money out of the bag. Not that I would have been the one that robbed their store, but I may have legitimately found the bag. But if there's money missing, I bet you the Chiefs kids got it, and they won't do a thing about it. And he said I would have been forced because they would not have believed you. I would have been forced to charge you, and you would have had to go through juvenile and all that, and blah, blah, blah. And he said, it would have been bad for me, you, and the whole family in the community's eyes. He said, so your greatest reward is the fact that nobody is going to wrongly accuse you of something. He says, I know you weren't guilty, but he said, other people will assign guilt without all the facts. And he said, it was to protect you, myself, and the family. So, yeah, that for over 50 years, Sty has struggled with that incident on, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but, yeah, the word truth doesn't come in that third phrase. But, so, yeah, that's the Sty story for you. Yeah. A hard lesson to learn when there are times in our lives where we are put in a corner where the truth does more damage than it does good. And that was one of those situations. And at 10 years old, you can't fault me for not understanding that. But I still, I think of people that were taught their whole lives to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Just tell the truth. That have never experienced a situation like that. And then all of a sudden they're placed in that position as an adult. How do you deal with that? It's tough, man. It is. That's putting you on the spot. It's really tough. But it was definitely one of life's lessons, one of Sty's life lessons. And I share it openly, hoping that it will help others if they ever get put in that position, where you don't have the choice. That choice has been taken away from you. You don't have the choice. You're going to have to shut your mouth. You don't lie, but you don't tell the truth either, because you hold the truth. You know the truth, but you can't share it. Yeah, it's a bummer. Okay, I'm going to look back, see what you guys have been chatting about, and we're going to get along with our chat. Okay. Let's see. Where was I? There's Wanda. Wanda, great to see you. Wow. You guys were chatting quite a bit. Quite a bit. There we go. Yeah, that was a lot of money, Nemi. Yeah, that kid was a little shit. I'll say it. Because what I was going to call him is a lot worse. Richard's working on a few videos, doing some edit, trying to watch football and have your channel on. Keeping busy. I bet you are, Richard. Oh, he got the noodles. Yeah, Andy. Andy's so giving. Michelle says, gotta say, I'm not sure I agree with that. I know he was trying to protect you, but wow. Yeah. Oh, and he did. I mean, for the next couple of years, there were times he would bring that up and actually apologize to me for having to put me in that position. And he told me, he says, put the blame on me, not on yourself. So he was definitely open arms to taking the responsibility for putting me in that position. And that was one thing, is my pop He wouldn't leave you hanging for something that wasn't your, where you're dealing with something that wasn't your fault. He wouldn't leave you there. Yeah. Yeah, Richard's already got the video done. So too bad, Andy. Yeah, every 60 days. In today's world, that's insane. Well, in fact, they did finally catch the burglar, the guy that stole the money in the first place. And in his trial, the store owner, the Dairy Queen owner, had to testify about whether the store was locked and blah blah blah, and also testify why there was so much money available for him to steal. And the judge, I guess, shied at him for it and said, "Hey, you make minimum weekly deposits. You do not keep even a month's worth of money in your store." He says, "Because I do not want to see a case like this coming back in here." And yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, it was tough for me, Andy. I'm telling you. Yeah, you're saying it would have grated your teeth if it were you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I sat in that living room. And I tell you what, I think I cracked a couple of teeth just biting my lip. I just yeah, they're not very crabby tasting, Michelle. They're pretty good. I mean, I had 2 packs last night. I did. I had 2 packs last night. Yeah. Oh no, he didn't have the money. I mean, the owner of the store that got robbed, he's the one that gave the $500 reward to the other kid. My dad didn't even know they were giving a reward at all. So yeah, my dad wasn't involved at all. And the store owner did not know the true story. He only knows the story that Greg told. Yeah. Oh, she's doing great. The grandbaby. That's so good to hear. She's home. Good. Yeah, Andy, I was too. I was too. That poor little one going through open heart. Oh, Lordy. Well, hi, Washington County News. Well, Nemi, I hope you like that story. It had a good ending, though, except for that little monster getting that money. But other than that, I mean, the old guy that owned the Dairy Queen, he had opened that Dairy Queen and he had always been there. In fact, when he passed away, his family had the Dairy Queen tore down. They tore it down. And they actually turned it into a snowmobile dealership there. They put a snowmobile dealership there. When he passed away, it was just like the whole town was like, I'll never eat at Dairy Queen again. Because he was as much part of the experience as the ice cream, you know. Yeah, in my upbringing years, Michelle, we had to deal with burden all the time. With my dad being the chief of police for over 16 years in that little community, we had a lot of crimes that actually happened on site in our home. near our home. As kids, we would very often be riding with my father in the squad on a nice, peaceful Saturday afternoon, and he'd get a really bad call, and he got nowhere to put us. We'd have to go with. Um, yeah. Yeah, Grammy, it stung. It stung. But my kids know, all four of my kids know, I do not tolerate being lied to. I will not lie to others. Um, it doesn't matter. Friends, family, people I don't even know. I ain't going to lie to them. And I don't like being lied to. Yeah. And he says, Sty, in retrospect, it could be argued having that little idiot there could well have been beneficial in the end. Yes, yes. Actually, the lesson I learned, um, and the lesson he didn't learn, because he went to prison. He was sentenced to 15 years, and he served 8.5. For armed robbery and attempted homicide, because he did shoot a person in the act of the robbery. It didn't kill him, but he did shoot him. So he got 15 years and he got out in 8.5. And then he had to move away because nobody would hire him. Nobody'd even look at him. High nomadic in nature. I'm way behind here. And then he says, your hands were tied. There was nothing you could do. But you know what they say. You don't know. Why is that good? Yeah. It's funny. Whole story, I was imagining you as a 10-year-old kid with that beard. I was only about 2.5 years away from my first beard. I had my first beard when I was about 12.5 years old. Rod says, I'm just listening, Sty. Sometimes the truth hurts deep and hangs on a long while. Yeah, yeah. It does, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it was tough all the way around. It was really tough, actually tougher on my mother than it was on me and my dad, because my mother she was very, very religious. Yeah, she was, I mean, yeah, yeah. And when she heard the alternate story being told, my father looked at her and just shook his head no. So she just didn't, she left the room. She couldn't stand there and participate. She actually went out the back door of the house, sat in the backyard until she saw the officers leaving. Yeah, who knows if I would have pushed and said the truth, it could have gone. It actually could have gone bad. Um, and the thing is my father was so well respected in that community. When I look back on it in retrospect, I don't believe there would have been a handful of people that would have thought that there was any dishonesty if they said, oh, well, Sty, thank you, and here's $500, because my dad would have said, nope, give it back, which I would have been good with that. I really would have. They could have given me $5 and I would have been thrilled. But even at 10 years old, I knew darn well if they give me $500, there ain't no way I can keep it, because that'll really make my father look bad. It'll look like bribe money is what it'll look like. Um, Yep, Andy, you're right. Truth is more painful than lies, but always needed. Um, I've got some pics. I just can't get them up there tonight. I'm trying to get them scanned in just to show folks what what Sty kind of look like. Um, I only have the. Have you seen the one, Michelle, of me 41 years ago? Yeah, Jim. Really, justice is blind. Yeah, yeah. Deaf and dumb are on us. Yeah, yeah. That reward was insane. That reward was insane. Let's see. That would have been 1967. That $500 is what most people were making in 6 months as a full time income. My dad's take home pay was $300 every 2 weeks as the chief of police. Yeah. Yeah. Picture me with a beard at 10. No, no, I didn't know. I was actually a good looking kid. uh, uh, yeah. Yeah. Greg was a jerk. Actually, Andy, I never told the story to anybody. Never told to all my kid friends, anybody at school. But when I told them, when he would tell that story and I'd overhear it, and I'd walk right up with him standing right there and I'd tell him, don't believe a word he says. I was there. He's lying to you. And I'd just turn around and walk away. It took no time at all. That kid was ostracized. They just, no way. We got nothing to do with him. Hey, back. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in, Thack. I hope you're still here enough to hear me say that. I know you can't stay. Yeah, the doctors drug me out by the beard. Oh, Michelle, free food for life. Actually, I think the owner of that Dairy Queen had his own inklings because never before that, but quite often after that, there were days I'd go ride my bike to the Dairy Queen and I'd have just enough to get a ice cream cone, a small ice cream cone, and he'd give me a large ice cream cone dipped in butterscotch and charge me 15 cents for it. Yeah, yeah. So that, see, to me, that's the reward that a person really needs, is just some after the fact respect. I didn't need money or a big pat on the back or nothing. Just a little bit of recognition that, well, thank you. Just a thank you. Yeah. Michelle doesn't tolerate lies either. Andy, I don't have the memory for lying. Discovered that as a kid. Oh yeah, you gotta have a sharp memory to be a liar. The there's nothing wrong with being mistaken or forgetting and then trying to reflect back and you get something off a little bit. That doesn't make you a liar. That just makes you normal. It's liars that it's when the core of something they said changes back and forth because they can't remember their own lies. Yeah, that's when it gets weird. I don't make promises I don't know I can definitely keep because I feel like breaking it means I lied. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's why most of the time I say, I can't promise, but I'll do my best, because I will try to do my best, but I can't promise. I can't promise myself anything, let alone somebody else. Way Too Son says, yeah, the little shit learned he gets $500 for lying, but this single incident didn't cause that. I would say it was his home life that created his life. Oh, yeah, it was multi-generational in that family. Yeah, yeah. Rod says he had a full stash at 12. Yeah. Yeah, James. I don't intend to, but have to admit I have. Oh, yeah, yeah. Everybody, anyone that says I've never lied a day in my life, ever, 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 I go, oh, guess what? You just broke your record. Right? And I mean, you'll get one someday. Yeah, a bad truth is better than a good lie. Yeah. Andy says yes and no. Michelle, I was in court more often than my own bed as a kid and can't attribute any of it to my parents or my life. Was just who I was back then. Yeah, and with some people, yeah, yeah. Yes, the DQ owner did report the theft. That's why once my father saw the bag, opened it, he could see the checks and the amount of cash. It matched what the police report was on the theft. So that's why he's dispatched two sheriff's deputies, closed the bag. Nobody else could touch it until the deputies were present and the owner of the Dairy Queen. So that's how he knew it was the owner of the Dairy Queen that needed to be called, because they already had the theft report. And the theft had occurred about, if I remember right, it was like 4 days, maybe 5 days prior to me finding the bag. No, no, they wouldn't have thought I had stolen all the money if there was money missing out of that deposit bag. If there was money missing out of it, I may have found the bag innocently, but I may have dipped into it, stashed a little. They'll never know I took it. They'll think the burglar did it. See what I'm saying? That's how they would have tied it together. It wouldn't be the initial theft. This would be a secondary event, stealing it after I found it. Yeah, it was kind of black and reddish colored back then. I'm going to show you that pic real quick, Michelle. This is what Sty looked like. Heck, I'm going to put this one up. It's me, my ex-wife, my oldest son, Running Water, and my oldest daughter, Mariah. Now, mind you, that's 41 years ago. Quite a difference, I would say. So, ta-da! James, good-looking kid, thought you didn't lie. You never knew me when I was a kid, James. Other than teenager. Michelle says, it sounds like your dad wouldn't let you have the reward, and he was also trying to help out that other family. No, No, he did not want to help out that other family. No, my dad did not feel good. He, like I said, he did not even know that this guy was going to give that kid any money. My dad was totally unaware. He was caught off guard just like I was, my mother was. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that that guy gave him $500. Um, my dad had no involvement whatsoever with the reward, none whatsoever. Wasn't aware of it, didn't know it was coming, didn't none of that. Um, and he would not have gone out of the way to help that family with money. To help that family, if he was alive today, and if you asked him, what would be the best thing you could have done for that family? He would tell you, lock their father up for life. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. Doing your best is really the best anybody can hope for. And he says he was between 12 and 13 when he had his first stash. No hair in it, though. Rod, red hairs, LOL. Yeah, yeah. Bob Ross, eat your heart out. David. Oh, that's awesome. Uh, Chuck says, I dislike liars. Used to talk to myself all the time. About 3 years ago, I caught myself in a lie, and I haven't talked to myself since. I love it. I love it, Chuck. I love it. I quit talking to myself for the longest time because myself wouldn't quit arguing with me. Got sick of it. I said, I don't like the drama. I'm not talking to you no more. Yeah, 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 Michelle. Yeah, that's see, and that's the thing is they're thinking in the chain of custody frame of mind of valuables, and that's how it adds up to that. Old man Grizzly Adams. Rod says ain't changed a bit. Michelle says great pick. Nemi, dang Sty, I would have never recognized it was you looking good, Sty. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Things have gone to shit over the years. uh, I wouldn't mind being that age again. Um, yeah, I was 21 years old, I believe. No, 78. Yeah, I would have been 21. Yeah, Andy's voice has just come up with new fun ways to spend a day or night. Oh yeah, yeah. The DQ owner. Yeah. Well, see, the DQ owner, he really didn't know. He didn't know the oh, to help the family out. The no, I my dad wasn't even aware of it, but we found out about oh 2 or 3 days later because there was an ad in the Minneapolis Tribune newspaper. He had actually offered that reward up the day after the robbery. And none of us were aware of it. None of us were aware of it. That was back in the day where, unless it was on the headlines of the paper, you probably didn't know. And plus, people didn't call around and tell each other, oh, there's a reward, the whole town knows. It didn't, yeah. It moved a lot slower than that. In fact, we had a party line telephone. We didn't get to use ours much. Yeah, yeah, I'm behind times, Michelle. I know. Yeah, but it led me into a better explanation of the whole picture, the detail inside frame of minds and stuff. So yeah, me misunderstanding actually was beneficial. In silence, I walk alone. Yeah. Hey, heck, I'll leave you mine in my will, Nimmy. And he says, Jim, a quiet, peaceful walk in the woods can be so enriching. The fact I am dragging a body by one of the feet is completely irrelevant. That's it. Andy, look ahead. Don't look behind. Yeah, when people still read the paper. Right now, our local little paper, it's only maybe, if you're lucky, a half-inch thick. Maybe. One daily paper costs more than a whole week subscription to the Minneapolis Trib, which was a daily paper was about an inch thick. Sunday paper was about 3.5 inches thick. A whole week subscription, 7 days, back then equals one daily skinny little paper today. That's where our world has gone to crap. Enjoy, Grammy. Enjoy your dinner. Yeah, Chuck, moving along, Andy. Nothing to see here, huh? And he says, I can tell you no to grow a beard like that overnight. You know what I mean? Just got to wait until the kids have all gone to bed. Pay no attention to my list of pig farms around the country. Ah! Okay, guys, now wait a minute. Okay, you see my beard, right? And I'm putting this back up again. It's not that I want to see my old self, but I want to point something out. Okay, now you see the beard I have there. Now, that little kid right underneath my beard, that's my oldest daughter. She had hair by the time we had this picture done. She didn't have hair for the longest time. The picture has been lost. But we had a picture where I had her on my lap and I put my chin over the top of her head, and she had a full head of the curliest, darkest hair you ever saw. It was absolutely hilarious. And I want you to take a good look at that awesome looking young man on the right. That's running water before he got lead poisoning or something. Aren't I terrible? Aren't I just terrible? Oh yeah, yeah. That's what's happening, Nemi, to almost all the newspapers. Yeah, yeah. They just can't sell them. And he says pig farms are very handy, Michelle, especially if you don't feed them for a few days. Just be sure to have clippers and pliers. Oh, the classic 70s glasses. Boy, those were the days of big old plastics, boy. Grammy wasn't 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 Running Water a good looking kid? He was really a good looking kid. But he looked like I did when I was little. There's a picture of me pretty much when I was little. And look at Running Water today, that moron looks like me. I'm just older. Oh, thanks, Nemi. Thanks. Yeah, yeah. I've got a really nice cameo type photo of my kids up on the wall here when they were all, I think between the ages of 10 and like 10 and 17. Who cut Donnie's hair, poor kid? No wonder he's bald now. His mother. But that was the thing in 78 here. Yeah, that was the thing. All the kids look like that. Prefer Fonda look. Human hair and teeth are no good for the piggy's digestion. Well, no, it comes back out. So there's evidence. Yeah, they don't digest. So you don't want them sifting through that pen. Easier to remove them before the pigs eat the bodies rather than after. Yeah. If you've watched Deadwood, you know that. I couldn't believe that when I watched that series Deadwood. when when they had that Chinaman feeding the bodies to the pigs. Here, clean that up and take the body over to Wu. He'll take care of it. Yeah, right into the pen. And then he's selling the pork back to everybody in the camp. Oh, yeah. I really liked that series, Deadwood. And then they did that final movie. That was pretty good, the final movie of Deadwood. My dad was talking about his haircut. He had same one as your son. He said in that time, every kid had same haircut everywhere. Yeah. And see, now when I was a kid, though, right now I haven't buzzed my head for about a week and a half. So it's getting fuzzy. And that's what my hair was when I was a little kid until I was about 10. Yeah, I was 10 years old when I got my first crew cut, flat top. Otherwise, it was Heine's. Quarter inch of hair, not a bit more. And you got a haircut every 2 weeks, whether you needed it or not. Oh, Nemi had the same type of haircut until he was 12. Oh, Wolf Creek. I think I saw the one film. Yeah, that's really another good one. Pudding base. Yeah, we just call them bowl cuts here. Yeah. Get out the soup bowl. Time for haircuts. Teddy bear, then grew, then flat top. Teddy bear? They called it a teddy bear? I'm glad they only called it a Heine when I grew up. Where I grew up. Yeah, army hat. Yeah. Yep. I've heard that term. Yep. Oh, look at that boy. He's wearing an army hat. Yeah, it was tough for me in the late 60s and 69 through 74. Because I liked the long hair thing. And I always kept it back. It got to the point where I kept back in the tail all the time. I always wore cowboy hats. Rarely saw me without a hat on, just like now. You never see me without something on my top knot. Well, then when I got a restaurant that I managed, I decided I had to get a haircut. And that picture I showed you, that's 2 years after I left the restaurant. Well, about 3 years after I left the restaurant. And I started growing my hair back, but during the restaurant, it was a regular comb over business cut, you know. Chuck says, I always had to go to the cheapest barber shop in town. Dad said the difference between a good haircut and a bad one is about a week and a half. Yeah, that's it. Is we only had one barber, just one barber. And I loved the place. I loved the place because I could sit there and them old men that were sitting in there and just BSing all day. They'd leave them Playboys open sitting there on the tables next to the seats. And it didn't matter though. My dad said it doesn't matter what barber you go to, you're going to get the same haircut. Hey, Mike, good to see ya. And he says, when I was 14, I had really long hair and everyone was calling me girl. So I got so pissed. I went to barber and trimmed all hair to zero. Yeah, that'll do it. You know, see, that was an issue for me. Just the opposite. I didn't get to see a swamp talk today. So shut up, Andy. No spoilers. No spoilers. I want to go see it. I won't get to it until after midnight. That's it. He exposed the brain, and then he just kept cutting and cutting and cutting, saying, "God, that's enough." I mean, crying out loud, his his hair's turning gray. It's no, that's his gray matter. Quit cutting, quit cutting. Mike says, "I hate shaving. I wish I could afford to get my shaving done by a barber every day." I I couldn't believe it. It was when I was driving truck over the road. I didn't have a beard, but I was going to grow one. But I had long sideburns, really long sideburns, and a pretty good stash. Well, I wanted those trimmed up and the sideburns shortened way up, and I hadn't shaved for a couple of days. And I stopped at this barber shop that was actually just down the block from a truck stop I was stopped in. I walked down there and I went in the barber shop and I told him what I wanted. He he pulled out the straight razor and he's on the strop with it. And I'm like, holy shit. Yeah, he foamed me up and straight razor, everything. The cleanest dang shave I've ever had in my whole life. Now, if I lived within a couple blocks of that dude, I would have been going there to get shaved all the time. Yeah, Mike, that was the way it was when I was growing up. When I was a teenager, older teenager, if you had short hair, you just weren't there, man. Yeah, early days Elvis. Yeah, I wish I had that shape. Yeah, fresh fertilizer on your face, Nemi. It's terrible. It's not late enough at night. But you guys can get the innuendo. You just need a girlfriend that's willing to share her fish oil with you, and they're there to grow real long. Yeah, make sure of your barber. Mike says, yeah. Barber's name is not Sweeney Todd. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, never been entirely there. More a case of out there, somewhere out there Is Andy K tonight? That one's just for you, Andy. I'll probably get a copyright smack for that. Oh yeah, yeah. Just spray her on there, eh, Mike? Oh, those days. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I've been around for enough years. I've seen all these different styles coming and going, and Sty tried a few of them. Rod, Rod, you guys are going to get me really laughing here. Uh, Rod says, "I remember hair." like, like, don't leave me out because I can remember hair. That's that stuff that usually is up here. That you got a comb, I think they call it. Oh yeah. Chuck says I used to go to the barber shop, open the door, and yell, "Bob Peters here," and he would yell back, "Nope, just shaves and haircuts." James says used to have barbers, now we have stylists. That's the problem. That is the problem. I got a gal in town here when I had hair, and I wanted it cut. You guys wouldn't believe it. She charged $6, and she did the best haircuts, just like you went to a regular barber shop. Good business style haircut, turned out perfect all the time. $6. 4 blocks the other direction is one of them hair houses, I call them. It's just a stylist place, you know. And I had been going to that gal down there, and she did a fairly good cut. You know, it wasn't bad. It was fairly good. $24. And she was the cheapest in town. This gal opened up. You're lucky if you can get in there. And she doesn't do women's hair. She just does men's hair. Then I find out she'll come to your house. She'll do house appointments and cut your hair at home for you. Plus, she's a bartender at night. That woman's working 24 hours a day. But oh man, could she cut hair? Oh, she's great. If I had hair, I'd still be going there. um, hey, you guys are getting quick here. Yeah. And he's saying yours fell down a bit, Rod. Nemi says, with decade of hairstyles is your best from 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. It didn't much matter to me. When it came to women, I don't like it when women get all wild with their hair from any era. They get all wild with it. I like it full bodied and natural, more natural, wavy a little, but none of this outrageous, you know, buns and colors and spikes and pigtails. I didn't like pigtails on little girls when I was growing up. Wait a second. Michelle telling Richard secrets. Used to look like Shaggy on Scooby Doo. That's funny. That's cool. Old man says, Sty, I was in many fights because of my hair cut, and I mostly lost the fights because when I started to win, his friends would help him. Yeah, isn't that a bummer, eh? Rod says my hair fell off and onto my back and took root. Yeah. Mike says hair bands have had a big impact on society. The ozone hole from hairspray, and then right before the USSR collapsed, a bunch of bands like Motley Crue, Ozzy, etc., toured the USSR, and days later, USSR fell. Yeah, it was. Isn't that quite the coincidence, eh, Mike? Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, yeah, some clip joint. Yep. And he says she'll do house appointments. Yeah, since when did it take 2 hours to get your hair cut, Sty? Yeah, right. No, I always went to her. I never had her come to my place because I liked the atmosphere of her barbershop. The 40s. Yeah, now the 40s was cool. There was some good hair in the 40s. I liked it, Andy. Yeah, yeah. Rob, so we call you Monk now. Yeah. Hey, Alex. Chuck says, I like a girl that has long hair and bangs, even if she has short hair. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just don't bang on the piano. That'll get her father all upset. Alexander says, and Sty, are you talking about those speak to the manager hairstyles women have now? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. And he says, my neighbor lost his hair at like 30, but had really long beard. He used to say he didn't lose his hair. Gravity just turned his hair upside down. Yeah, 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 yeah. You bet. Yeah, I always tell everybody if I get a facelift, it's got to be a really good one because I want the part. I want the part to you get the two sideburns together at the top, get that part just right. Yeah, and I'll have plenty of hair again. Right, I had hair in my 40s. Well, a little. Chuck says, good thing it's almost 10. Yeah, somewhere. It's 10 o'clock somewhere. Alexander says, pretty tired. Walked 20 miles in total this weekend at camp. Seen lots of cool stuff, though. Oh, yeah, I bet you did. That's the thing. You don't want too much of that energy going to the hair there, David. You need that. You need that for the noggin. No, two bags under your chin and a new necktie. Excuse me, guys. I'm sitting here snacking on cookies. I've got to take a couple of diabetic pills, and they're over there. Again, I got cookies and coffee. No pills. I'll be right back. I'm just going to mute this thing, and I'll be right back. I'm going to shut the camera off. You guys have fun chatting. I'll be right back. All right, all right. How much trouble did Andy get into while I was gone? I grabbed my pills, dumped them out of my pill case, set the pill case down, slides off of the counter, and I'm trying to grab that, and I reached for the hand that had the pills in it, so they went flying. Yeah, it's just one of those evenings. I would have kicked something if my ankle didn't hurt. There we go. My mouse went flying too. Everything's flying around. Okay. You guys are talking about ice cream. And Mike's. Okay. Michelle had to leave. Oh. I haven't checked the photos you had up until this morning. I have checked, but anything since this morning, and just a couple things went up just before the stream started. So no, Alexander, I wasn't able to check them. I'll be looking at those after the stream tonight. Um, oh yeah, the weekend just flew. Um, I'm hoping, yeah, Andy's saying he wouldn't be able to walk 20 miles in one camping trip like that. Um, I'm hoping that I can get that 6 to 8 mile hike that I want to do out at Black Lake done. Um, even with the ankle, if it, typically I'd be able to hike that 6 miles through. It's part of it's pretty rugged trail, so it slows you down quite a bit. You can average about a mile and a half, mile and 3/4 an hour on that trail. But I'm pretty sure I can do the 6 miles, even with a bum ankle, probably 2.5 hours. And so I think if I bind up my ankle good and wear my high tops and keep them laced up tight, I should be able to hike that 6 miles. That's week after next, anyway. Um, it's been so thick. Okay. Um, Rod said I may do a hike tomorrow. Look for some cedar for the dream catcher and a place to set up a tarp. May do a Stanley cook pot Monday. There you go. Andy ran for a kettle break. Yeah, we don't know which kettle he's using. Mike loves alligators. Who brought the drinks? Old man says, yeah. Nemi likes turtles. He thinks they're cool. And Nemi says, I don't know. I'm waiting for mine. I could have used a cold beer tonight, actually. It would have actually tasted pretty good. I don't have any in my fridge right now. Only got a couple left. I don't keep beer around the house. 2 to 4 cans until I get a 6 pack. Then I got 6 for a little while. Then I got 2 to 4 again. Oh, butter pecan. That's one of my favorites, Rod. Hmm. Yeah. Jim. Yeah. Yeah, you got to watch that cabin background. Old Stinkfoot. He snoops around there quite a bit. And he got himself a cup of tea. Didn't bring ice cream for everybody. Nope. Just had one small bowl. Andy, you should know that rule by now. Shake it once, shake it twice. That should shed it just nice. Shake it 3 times. And you're playing with yourself. Yeah, the video. I'm looking forward to it, Alexander. Yeah, yeah. Andy still dreads Mondays. Yeah, it's good, Andy. See, I was asked yesterday by somebody, do you remember that gal that worked with you at the Dollar Tree? And she looked like this and this and this. I'm going, well, yeah, I remember. Well, what was her name? And they said, now come on. You've only been gone from there for 5 months and you worked with her for 2.5 years. What was her name? Nope. Can't remember. I told him, I said, I have forgotten that place as much as is physically and mentally possible. For the first couple of months, I dreaded every single day because my schedule floated. I put in my 35, 40 hours a week, but it was every week, but it floated. Those hours floated. So I never knew what was a Monday, what was a Sunday, what was a Thursday. Um, I rarely got 2 days in a row off, rarely. So it didn't matter. So the first couple months were tough to get past that. Ooh, I was dreading every day. Yeah, you do a safety dab with the old drawers. Uh, Tried, but my old drawers are pine in the splinters. Believe me, Alex. Felt lining, and he invested some. Nemi says, I have to go, Sty. It was amazing. Had a lot of fun. Loved the story. It was a little sad and had a lesson. See y'all in the next stream. Good night, guys. God bless. You too, Nemi. You too, Nemi. It's awesome always having you here. Yeah, you got to be careful with them tweezers. You might nip off a tip. Rod says the trouble with hikes here is you have to climb straight up a hillside just to find a place flat enough to walk on. Half dead before the hike begins. Yeah, that's like going up to St. Peter's Dome here, Old Baldy. You got this, 3/4 of a mile hike to Morgan Falls, beautiful falls. Well, then you got a mile and a half. Doesn't seem like much. Mile and a half hike to the top of Old Baldy. Almost all of it is it's a 45-degree angle. You're climbing. You're not hiking. You're climbing that damn thing. And For me, getting up to the top of Old Baldy, when I got up there, I thought, oh, the worst is over. I'm here. I get to relax for half an hour or so, take in the sights, and then it's all downhill on the way back. Oh, downhill. And if you talk to real devoted hikers, and especially through hikers, they'll tell you flat out. And well, even my doctor, she's a avid hiker. She says, "Watch the downhill, Sty. That's the hardest on your body is that downhill crap." And yeah, she's not kidding. Hey, Chabot, great to see you. I'm good. How are you? I hope everybody here has met Chabot. Awesome man. Chabot is great. Oh yeah, Chabot. I can understand, man. Work, yeah, doesn't work get in the way, right? Yeah, totally understand. After 10 minutes, Andy, you shouldn't need another go for quite a while. Oh yeah, for the next Sty challenge. These Sty challenges will be eventually coming to an end. Either there it is, that damn thing. Yeah, I'm gonna close that. I don't want to look at it. Yeah, I've been reading up on it. Uh huh. Uh huh. Yeah. Yeah. Do what you can, and to expect any more of anyone is just unrealistic and selfish. Yeah. Chevo says, I just don't want Sty to think I had forgotten about him. LOL. I felt the same way, Chevo. I have not forgotten about you, man. I have not. The minute I saw your name the other day, I just like, what? Yes, yes. Thanks, Andy. I want to get on the top of all the. Uh, that's what my girlfriend would be singing. On top of old Baldy, all covered with hair. Earlier this evening, there wasn't any there. Uh, you're welcome, Andy. Chabot's awesome. You guys, yeah, if you get to know Chabot, yeah, you'll you gotta like Chabot. No, don't go spreading lies about me, Sty. I'm not. I'm not. I like Chabot's another one of those real people, down to earth, real person. Yeah, nothing pretentious, nothing, no bullshit. He's just a real person. Yes. Alexander says, I know the downhill hiking to be true. Got to be careful. But I hiked both yesterday and Friday till muscle failure, then go again till muscle failure. Yeah, those kind of hikes, they're a bummer, man. They're a bummer. I used to do a lot of those, right to the point where, where I had to force myself to shut her down because I was going to get injured. I was going to get injured because the muscles just, I had overextended my muscles to the point where, yeah. Oh, wow, Chavo, that's a bummer. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I got through it. I got through that challenge. This next one, One Piece. One Piece. It's rated the hottest chocolate bar in the world. 9 million Scoville units. Shoot you to the moon. I always wanted to go to the moon. Rod says, back shortly. Shower time. Been at it all day. Gotta wash the stank off. Oh, Shabo, no, it's not. It's not just kind words. It's those are heartfelt and honest words. I mean, you're a good man. That's all there is to it. Alexander says, I pride myself to be a little bit of a mountaineer. I push myself way too hard some days. Yeah. Now, and a good mountaineer, you talk to real mountaineers, and they'll tell you if you're going to the point of full muscle shutdown fatigue, that's not a good mountaineer, buddy. That's not wise. That can get you severely injured and or worse. Boy, you guys want to see a real mountaineer? It's these old farts that climb these mountains. MT Woodsman, 20 peak challenge in a short summer. Oh, Lordy. Oh, that old boy can hike. Him and I, we want to get together. I'm hoping next year. Next year, I'll go out, meet up with him out in West Yellowstone, and he wants to take a canoe trip down the Yellowstone River. I'd be thrilled. There's 12 pieces there for you, Sty, and they are only tiny. I knew this great big guy that would pound the tar out of you. He's just, great big, nasty, meanest bugger in the world. And he would hurt you, and his name was Tiny. That's all he would go by is Tiny. If you asked him, what's your name? Tiny. So I picture that chocolate bar just like Tiny. It's just a tiny piece. 12 tiny pieces. All 12 of them are going to hurt you badly. And he says, I used to do that, Alex. Now my idea of pushing myself is making a cup and dinner in the same trip. Yeah. Oh, God. The years we lived out in northwestern Montana, and all of that climbing. Oh, man, I'd hike up in the back country and I'd go up for days and just hike, hike, hike. Yeah, you're getting way up there in the thin air, and it didn't bother me. Well, I became acclimated to it. I, I can think of a couple of those trips out there. It'd take me a week, and it would take me a day back then. Right now, if I went out there and started fresh, took the same trip that would have taken me a full day, about 8 hours. It would take me a week in the shape I'm in right now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Otherwise, flowers. Yeah, yeah. You're not going to get one unless you're a mountaineer. Tiny bit of life left. Hee hee hee, Andy. Yeah. Chuck says, I fought a guy that was tiny. He only came up to my chin. Trouble is, he came up too often. I got my worst butt kick in my whole life from a little guy like that. Yeah. Top of his head wasn't, I don't think, was even as high as my chin. Little frickin' bolt of lightning, that guy. Boom, 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 boom. Holy crap, what hit me? Old man, no, I won't. Haven't been there. Haven't seen it. I've heard of it. Uh-huh. Shabo says, I'm old and fat. I break a sweat anymore just breathing. Yeah, I feel that way a lot too. Yeah, no, 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 no. I'd rather pay an exorbitant fee to have some other moron go up there and hopefully bring me back one that I could tell her I went and got there, Alexander. Yeah. But you see, that's the kind of thing we should have going on over here in the U.S. too, is have something that's so outrageously insane to have to meet a requirement like that in order to prove yourself before you get married. We'd have a lot less divorces because there wouldn't be many marriages. Just a lot of children out of wedlock. Yep, Andy, that's me too. That's me too. If these flowers ain't good enough, I'd get an Edelweiss tattooed on the end of my and say, hey, sweetheart, guess what I got for you? Is it time to smell the roses? But actually getting that tattooed there, I think climbing the mountain for the flower would probably be the better deal. I've actually witnessed 3 tattooings of the type. No, not this boy. Ain't never happening. You you start hitting that department with a gun with a cluster of needles. There's going to be an incident. You ain't going there. No. Yeah, while you're over there. Bent over there. Yeah. Oh. Damn angle. Wimp, Andy says. Yeah, wimp. Okay, I'll be a wimp. I don't have a problem with it. No wimpy here. Yeah, Shabu says I'll pass on the tattoo also. I'll stay single. Not a problem, LOL. Yeah, that's me all the way there. That's one of those love me as I am kind of deals. Or bye. But that's you, Andy. That's you. That's all you. And I don't want you to prove what you got either, because I believe you. Some of the tattoo conventions I went to behind curtain tattoo sessions. I watched a fella and they did anal tattooing on him, where it literally had to go into the cavity about, I'd say about close to 3/8 of an inch into. And I was willing to go out to the truck and get the sidearm and put the poor boy out of his misery. But when I found out he was paying $1,800 to have it done, I figured, well, let him suffer, the poor moron. Yeah, Andy. Yeah. Thank you, Grammy. I'm sorry I'm eating a peanut butter cookie in front of you. Yeah, yeah, Andy. Armageddon. Old man says we had a guy in boot camp we called Monk, stood 5 foot and rest his bare-sized hands on his knees while at attention. He worked in his father's wrecking yard, taking out engine blocks and transmissions. He sounds like my old high school buddy and buddy for a few years after high school, Red, we called him. He was orange Irish. He was a super ginger Irishman. His dad was pure Irish. His mother was about half. She was half Irish. Yeah. David says, well, folks, I have to go bend the knee and get my prayers done. Have a great night, all. And thanks, Uncle Sty, for the entertainment. You're awesome. Oh, well, hey, David, thank you for being here, bud. Thank you for being here. It's nice to have some normalcy in the house sometimes. Hey, you take care of yourself, David. I really love the way David makes knives. They've got that definite antique forged appearance to them when they're finished. Yeah, pretty nice. I hope there's no bushcrafters out there that are gonna get really upset when they see one of the videos coming up in a couple of days, because I kind of get off on a rant about bushcrafting again. Hey, Cole, Derek's in the house and Derek's got a new kayak. Yes. He was showing off his kayak today. I was there watching. That's awesome. That's awesome. He got himself a really nice Pelican. Yes, I did, Andy. Yeah. Yeah, that's nuts too. Absolutely nuts. Yeah, there's some pretty awesome knives out there. Everyone seems pretty good, Derek. I know I'm doing fairly good, other than my dang ankle. But thank God, well, now that I'm stuck, um, Rod Markins too has to use his other phone until the other one's charged. You shocked me at first. I was going to say, oh, we got somebody. Oh, it's Rod also. Yeah, that's a nice yak. I really like the seat that's on it. They mounted on that one. Plus, it's got a 34-inch girth. Mine is 31. Um, you know, for a lot of people, they'd say, "Oh, well, that's only 3 inches." You'd be amazed what 3 inches does on a yak. That 3 inches makes a world of difference. Yeah, I can't wait till he can get out there and start fishing on it. Yeah. Yeah, when I go back out camping here on the 26th, um, yeah, just under 3,000 pounds for a folding knife. That is absolutely a specialty knife. Oh, Shabo, you have a good one. Hope your week is good. Especially to a female yak. One of those dry showers, yeah. Yeah. You go in, turn the water on, and you sing, standing in the middle of the room. Then you shut the shower off, and you take the towel and you nice folded towel off the rack, and you mess it up, put it back on the rack, and come on with fresh deodorant on. You betcha, Shabo. You betcha. Yeah, Cole's going camping on Friday. Gary, that's a beautiful knife, but with that price tag on it, that sucker sits in a glass display case. I'd never take it out in the field ever. But then again, if I could swing for a knife like that, I probably wouldn't care. I could afford to not care. Chuck can't go out until Tuesday. That's only that's only a day and a half away. Jimmy C and friends. Good to see you, Jimmy C. Yeah, Andy. Beautiful, but way beyond my pocket, he says. Yeah. That damn near pay a year's worth of rent for me. Hey, Chuck. That yeah, that wait, day and a half wait. It's an eternity. How do you think I feel? It's a week from tomorrow, 7 full days. Actually, it'll be 8 days because it's Monday to Monday. before I get back out. Alexander says, back, had to hunt down a couple slices of cheese. Sty, making me hungry. Sorry, guys. I need the energy. I haven't eaten much today. Boy, those baits that Andy had R5 send me. I can't wait to get out and get some of them wet. Yeah, yeah. Hasn't been out there since Friday, Saturday, and today. 2 days away from camp. And he gets to go back tomorrow. And then the next day he's going back out to camp. And Chuck is just, he's crying about it. That poor Chuck. Everybody, you got to feel sorry for Chuck. While the rest of us can't go. Oh, yeah. Really enjoyed them gummy worms, eh? They were delicious. You guys are quiet tonight. I can't sit here and eat a few cookies without everybody quit chatting. Usually, I'm not doing anything to distract me, and I can't keep up with the damn chat. I enjoy a couple of cookies. Boom, the chat freezes. Nobody's doing nothing. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Fishing from the high wire. It's like jig fishing off of the London Bridge. You're rolling over your keyboard. All right, I'm putting them away. Not too far away, but I'm putting them away. Yeah, everybody else is eating too. Oh, it's a little tougher moving around in my chair when I can't use that right ankle, that right foot to push myself up. So Jim's too busy drooling. Oh, you're modifying a pouch for your ferro rod? Interesting. Interesting. Jimmy C said, yeah, I just inhaled a salad. Chuck says, I'm going to go dream about camping and probably peanut butter cookies now. If you must, Chuck, if you must. Warm food. Yeah, what I was going to say about when I get out to camp, being I'm stuck with taking that stinking that campsite is awesome because of its spot, its location, the way it's surrounded by the timber and everything. It's awesome. It's that steep, stinking hill down to the water's edge. And then the water's edge, it's all muck. You're standing in at least 12 to 14 inches of muck with about 2 inches of water on top of it. And in that muck are all those deadfalls laying in there that you got to be careful you don't get a foot tangled around them, blah, blah, blah. It's a bummer getting in and out of the kayak. Love the site, hate the boat area. But your wife brought you a bowl of popcorn. You just about made me almost miss something about my ex-wife, but then I realized no, she would have asked me if I wanted popcorn, and I would have said, "Oh yeah, sure." And she'd say, "Well then, make enough for both of us." Yeah, that's the way it went for me. Catch you on Thursday, or maybe Wednesday, possibly Tuesday. LOL. I just might pop up a surprise stream on Tuesday. I don't know. I just don't know. Oh, James just had cheese popcorn. I like cheese popcorn. Um, yeah, and that's the thing is if I wasn't worried about tweaking that ankle, there's enough dead wood laying around there. I was thinking of corduroying that spot so that I could slide the kayak off the end of the corduroy logs and get into some deeper water without walking in that muck. $400 bag of sour jelly snakes about to disappear. Um, yeah, so it is a kind of thing where, technically here in the state of Wisconsin, you're not allowed to alter the lakeshore in any sense, and that includes removal and or application of even natural materials. So if I found dead trees laying around and they caught me putting those in the lake to make it easier to get to the water, oh no, big fine, $500, $500 fine right then and there. Old man says, all I ever seen here is butter popcorn. Butter popcorn's good too. But yeah, so I figure, well, if I take it real easy, getting the yak down to the water isn't hard, down that big hill. And bringing it up, I'll bring it up the night before my day of departure. So I'm not trying to scramble that in the morning. And then the rest of the week, then it's just a matter of hiking up and down the hill with the gear um, and just being out on the water as often as I possibly can. Because I don't have to use ankle out on the water. Aye, 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 aye. That's not right. That it isn't. Make your own microwave popcorn. You can just go get your own microwave popcorn. You don't have to go to all that effort. Oh, damn it. I can't believe. Lady, I hope you burn your chocolate or your white chocolate. Yeah. Or guy, I don't know if it's a lady or a guy doing it. That's insane. Well, it's not just insane, it just ain't right. That's You know what, Andy? I think we're gonna have to ban you from the channel or something if you keep coming up with this stuff. I mean, there's got to be a health risk. Oh, lordy. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Damn it. Damn it. Yeah. And you notice the guy made it, takes it in the living room, and the young gal's clapping her hands. She's going, "Oh, look at the pretty popcorn you brought." Jeez. Yeah. I wouldn't make that for somebody else. Yeah. That popcorn looked awesome, Andy. Oh, God. And of course, I watched enough of it, hit the like button, and saved it for watch later. No, I'm saying I would not make it for somebody else. I'd make it when I'm all alone and I'd have that thing sitting right here in front of me, put a good old movie in and sit there and just eat that bowl apart. And it's pretty darn good when you get to eat all of it. I like things that the dish is edible. Jim Freeman James will understand what I'm saying, but now that my mother's passed away, I don't get caramel puff corn anymore. I love caramel puff corn, and I've tried making it. I wreck it every time. I just can't do it. The Try to find the caramel one, but I think it's only on that bulk video. Oh, caramel, caramel. Yeah, that making that caramel and using the condensed milk. Ooh, ooh. I'm thinking of taking a can of condensed milk and just doing it to make the caramel. And then I'll figure out what to put it on. But I want to make it and see how that really works. Yeah, food always comes up on streams. The only ones where I don't see food become an issue are the drama streams, where people are getting all dramatic about it, it's that, oh, it's the end of the world, and oh, did you see what so and so did, and on and on and on. And, once in a while, you'll see somebody that tries to interject food, but then everybody's so busy dramatizing everything, the food gets lost. Here, the food is the drama. uh-huh, uh-huh. Yeah, we all love our food, don't we? My one grandfather said that the best way to keep a society happy is keep them all well fed, all very well fed. Oh, you tried it, Andy. Cool, cool. Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait. It's the end of the world as we know it. There you go, Rod. Yeah, yeah. They're all skinny. So much drama, they don't have time to eat. That's it. That's it. I know for myself, the baked pear sounds really good, Sty. Yeah, Andy, you telling me? Yeah, yeah. Oh, there you go. Decided to cheat a little, chucked up a larger needle and a drill to make the holes for sewing. Yeah, yeah. Whatever it takes. Yeah. Um, it does. It doesn't take Andy long to find those sites because he's got them all saved on his system. He's already. He don't have to go looking for them. He's already got them. I'd bet you that guy's got. He's got a food library on his machine just as big as the Smithsonian's historical records because we can bring up almost any kind of food, and the next thing I know, there's a link for it. Oh, you should check this out. And I'm like, Andy, it hasn't been 30 seconds since it came up, and you already got a link up to the type of foods we're talking about. He's got them all right there at the tip of a mouse. Ping. Yeah, see, he saves them to his favorites. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, that one site is just to die for. Oh, I went to their site and yeah. So, and I subbed them, but I've been trying not, I, so close to ringing their bell so I know whenever a new one's coming up. But, and yeah, stop griping. You'll get, you into the tucked in the baby bell ground beef quickly enough. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that video is coming up in a couple days. It's coming up. Me making that from beginning to end. Wait until you see how that looks with the yeah. Oh yeah. For an in camp version of it. Oh yeah. Gourmet food out at camp. Yeah. Yeah, he edits out the boring ones. Yeah, old man's busy. His hands are full. Oh, the Baby Bell one. Yeah. And I modified it. I didn't remember everything, but the whole basic process is that it's basic, but it's an awesome idea. So it yeah, it went together really good. I still can't wait to do something in that pudgy pie, um, in that pudgy pie cooker iron with baby bells, ground beef and baby bells. I've got an idea how I'm going to do it too, and I think it's going to be pretty darn good. Yeah, Jim's got a music collection. Andy's got a has a food. I I see. Yeah, but Andy's got a pretty fair collection, music collection too. Um, I see that Cheesehead's been mentioning me on Instagram. I hope it's good. You watching and listening, lurking there, Cheesy? I haven't been over to my Instagram account for ever. At least 2 weeks now. I gotta get over there. Amber, hey, hi. Sean's chatting with Gemma. Some troll went too far in Sean's stream, and now he's calming her down again. She's doing okay. Don't worry. Sean's got control. Okay, good. Thanks, Amber, for letting me know. Ah, ah. Oh boy. That's one thing here. We're good at it. We're a bunch of troll killers over here. Trolls hit here and boom, they're gone. They don't last more than 5-10 seconds at the best. Okay, yeah, I seen that one. Fry up some pumpkin spice spam and campsite. I'm not. No, I'm just not. If somebody else had it going and I walked into their camp and they said, "Here, try this," I would. I'll eat nearly anything, but it's not something I'd spend my money on. Um, yeah, that's too bad. That I mean, oh, okay, good, good, good. Yeah. Well, see, and that's the thing is right now where Gemma's at, or how she's feeling, and what she's dealing with. She can go to tears, from tears to laughter, and then if someone is just flipping the wrong triggers, they can drag her right back down again. Assholes. They need to leave her alone. Yeah, 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 yeah. Whatever it takes. Yeah. Part of me keeps saying, Gemma, take some time off of YouTube. Just take a little break again. She took one not terribly long ago, but just take another break and visit some of the streams of her friends and direct message for a while until she's feeling herself and better again. Oh yeah, she would. She would. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. That was over here when we had that one nasty troll popped in there, had a real nasty comment, and we trapped him, cornered him, and canned him right away. And she had just missed it, but she heard about it, and oh, she was furious. She was furious. I had to kind of talk her down a little bit and say, "It's all right, Jim. It's all right. We got it under control. We took care of them." She, oh, they're not talking about my friends that way. Yeah, because she really wants to cut into them. Yeah. Yeah, Amber. Yeah, you do that for a few days, and it's surprising. Then you feel refreshed and you come back. I did that right after my last camping trip. I actually came home 2 days early, and those 2 days I looked at YouTube but never said a word, didn't do anything. I didn't even work on my stuff, nothing. Just took those 2 days and just kind of lurked around a little bit, and that was it. Just yeah, yeah. She is very protective. She yeah, Gemma, when she has when she has any feeling that one of her friends is being accosted in any way, even the slightest way, yeah, yeah, she's going to make it clear she don't tolerate it. And she says, and I understand her. She says, "I'm tired of hiding that part of me. I'm sick of letting it happen, just letting it happen." She says, "Not anymore. I'm going to say what I think and what I feel." And I don't, I don't blame her. I don't blame her. Yeah, Amber, you're right. You're right. Yeah, nomadic in nature. Hey, uh, we too have to take a break from social media. That's great to be protective. She's a great friend. She is. She is. Gemma has, yeah, she's got a special spot in Sty's heart. I mean, I've, I just have a real soft spot for Gemma, and I have to be careful because I, I, yeah, if I don't keep myself controlled, I become very, very protective, and I don't want it. In fact, there's a couple of people that Gemma has trust in, and she likes their company and that, but they've said some things that I thought were just taking Gemma down a rougher road, and I wanted to step in and say, hey, take it easy on her, take it easy on her. But then I got to keep myself from going there. Um, yeah, Amber says she doesn't have any trouble letting people know how she feels. Why I don't have many friends, lol. And that's you know I consider myself to have a lot of friends. I don't have a lot of close personal friends. I just don't because they don't in my immediate life. Because a lot of people they don't want to have an open conversation or anything without taking things out of context, and then whatever you say, oh, you hurt my feelings, and now you're an ass, and you should burn, and I'll see to it. I'll make the whole world hate you. What? What? Where did that come from? I thought we were friends. So I don't go there. Andy's off for another cuppa. I hate bullying and can feel those hairs standing straight out on my neck. Yeah, I know, Andy. Yeah, it's a touchy issue with me too, Andy. Mm, it's tough. Sty, he always putting a smile on his face. Sometimes behind that smile is a pretty pissed off Sty. Yeah. Old man's asking if I know anybody in Australia. Have them send you some Vegemite to try. I've tried Vegemite. I actually liked it. I actually liked it. Gary says I have found that being a little repulsive is a good thing. Yeah, I mean, sometimes when you're repulsive, that's when you really, it kind of tests friendships. And you find out that if you're a little repulsive, how your friends react to it. And you find out how unconditional the friendship really is. And yeah, Rod says coffee time, be right back. Everybody's running for a cup of coffee. Amber says, yeah, I agree, Sty. You can't treat everyone the same when it comes to disabilities. Even disabilities are different. Absolutely. Absolutely. Every one of us, from right from our conception, were made in a different mold. Every single one of us. I don't care who the individual is. Anybody that thinks, oh, people can be the same, they can't. It's just not possible. Um, yeah, what do you know? We're human. Yeah. And it's like I had said over in Gemma's stream too about disabilities. I don't like the term disability, different ability. Yeah. That person has a different ability because they have abilities that we can't understand because we aren't them. We aren't that person. We don't know what it is to be them. And they'll have senses and skills and things that we would never have because we didn't need to know that or to learn it. Yeah. Alexander says, sorry, fell asleep watching. I'm going to hit the sack. I am so too tired. Been in and out listening. F the trolls, man. Night, everyone. Yeah, good night, Alexander. You get some rest, man. You had a workout on your camp. Yep. That's right, Alexander. That mold is broken when we are birthed. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're never going to find another you anywhere out there. I'm glad. I'm glad. I think one of me is enough. I think one of me is more than enough. Way more than enough. The It's like I was saying when we were joking around earlier, and like I was saying that I quit talking to myself because myself kept arguing with me, and I got sick and tired of all the arguing, so I just quit talking to myself. And Andy, he quit talking to himself too. And everybody was not talking to themselves. But then Andy says he's got several conversations he can have, and it's not a problem. Yeah. Oh well, and that's it. I mean, the I see the whole world, everything natural in the world, and that includes us, humans, every living thing, in fact, all the rocks, water, the air, everything's in motion. And what it is it's one big canvas that is constantly getting a touch of new color put on it all over. There's always a change, and we'll mix this color and we'll mix that color and we'll put this color here and it's a it's a canvas that never gets finished. It's always it's a living canvas, and we're all we're all a little piece of that canvas. and we're our own. There's not another dab of me somewhere else. Um, yeah. And he says, I just hear what those voices have to say. Sometimes they have some really cool ideas, even if not exactly legal. Amber says, oh, that's so true, Sty. You'll never know until you experience it. Only when you know what it's like, you can emphasize. That's about as close as you'll get. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, Amber. It sounds like you can get away with it. I'll try it. James says, my mom used to say, when you point a finger at a person, three fingers are pointing back at you. That is true. They are. Those three are pointing right back at you. Hey, Will, good to see ya. Good evening to you too. Yeah, I yeah, I seen a lifetime of people pointing fingers at each other and never realize that they need to look at themselves first and then if it's necessary to point the finger, at least you've exhausted the fact that you've looked at yourself first. And yeah, yep. It's great to have Will in the house. Will is a regular, very regular. It's so nice, Amber, that you came over and you got right in the chat. Everybody's glad to have you here. I have a good I have a good stream. Only had trolls twice in all my streams. I've only had two trolls and just the best people. Just the best people come here. Yeah. Old man. Yeah. I think it's Greek. James. Amber says, why I don't give personal advice. I can't follow my own, so I know no one else is going to follow it. uh, thanks, Will. Yeah, um, and that's it. Is I can give examples of things that I've seen that might relate to a person's situation, and I can give suggestions. I can't give actual advice because, again, I'm not that person. I don't know how it would affect them, so I don't want to advise them. I can suggest that they might want to try certain things, but boy, I leave it so open ended that it's got to be their choice, not because I said so. Yeah, yeah, Andy, I like that. Usually know what I should do. It's whether I choose to or not, and the not usually wins out. Yeah, yeah. There you go, Amber. Yeah, still rocking. Will's still a rocking. That's good. That's good. Yeah, yeah. Until that ankle of mine heals up, I'm still alive. Just ain't kicking so much. The kicker's kind of on break right now. Yeah. I for the longest time, just and it's just about 2.5, 3 years ago, I was at a point where it didn't matter who it was. It didn't matter at all who it was. Um, I even said to my mother in a conversation, and this was about 3 years ago, she asked, "How do you feel?" Oh, dang, she had to go and ask that question because well before she asked that question, I already had my blanket response from that point forward of anybody asking me how I felt. I'd go, with my fingers, with my hand. No, how do you feel? With my hand, sometimes with both hands. Because if I feel with anything else, it's going to hurt. You get to a point where you get tired of having to explain how you feel. I'd rather hear someone say, you know, I'm doing pretty good. How about you? Are you doing well? Well, now we're in a conversation. It's not such a pointed question. How do you feel? Well, I feel like crap actually, and I feel you shouldn't be asking me my business, and I feel that this person should mind their own business. And so for quite a spell there, I was, how do you feel? With my fingers, with my hand. Otherwise, it's none of your damn business. Um, yeah, fell behind again, doggone it. And he says, I'd like to blame it on all the meds over the years, but I wasn't exactly following the straight and narrow before I was put on them. Oh, yeah, give me the beat, boys, free my soul. Yep. Old man says, I'm having popsicles now. If you want one, Andy, you will have to come and get it. Ever seeing Andy right there with you. I blame the Catholic Church, laugh my ass off. You know what they say. Well, it's true. Yeah. Yeah. You're going to be keeping it frozen for a while. Um, yeah, Jimmy says the doctors are as much to blame as I am. James, oh man, look in my eyes. I'm a lot like you are. Yeah, and it's a natural thing, Amber, is to ask the person, you know, how are you doing? How are you doing? It's when they think something's wrong with you, so they say, how do you feel? Why don't you just ask me how I'm doing? And then if I wanted you to know how I felt, I'd disclose that. But to come right out and pointedly ask, "How do I feel?" Do you need to know? Really? Really? And we are all naturally nosy. We are. I'm a natural ambulance chaser. I could be a dog. Uh, there you go, Andy. I like that. Dropping an apology absolves them of everything. Yeah. Old man says, if I eat it, I can always get more. Yeah, I get another pack or three. Andy. Uh, yeah. Andy's, I'm so ugly. I look like a dog that's been chasing parked cars. The old man says, Andy, I already have 3 packages in the freezer. I hate running out. Have you ever thought, Andy? Now, I did this. I hate to admit it. We had a dog in our neighborhood. That son of a gun. He chased every car that went through the neighborhood. And he'd get his face right up next to the hubcap of the back tire of the back wheel and bark, 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 bark. His face is just about getting rubbed by it, right? And he's barking and barking and he's snapping like he's going to try to bite it. Well, me and the neighbor kid got wise one day. We took a shop rag out of the garage and pulled my brother's rear hubcap off and stuck that rag in there just hanging out. And then he pulled out the driveway, headed down the street. And here comes that dog running out of the neighbor's yard, runs out there, run, 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 grabs that rag. Yeah. Now that was an ugly dog after he hit the road about 15 times before he got his teeth out of that rag. He just boom, 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 boom. And we're just like, oh. We thought it might flip him or something. But no, his teeth were stuck in it. He took a lot of whops on the road. Didn't hurt, didn't break any bones or nothing, but boy, he didn't chase cars ever again either. But I always thought about that. What's the dog going to do if he ever catches one? You know? Went the opposite of what they did. I went from Catholic to Wicca. And he says, have I ever thought? No. Tried it once and it hurt. Yeah. Don't think too hard. It hurts. No, daughter's more like her mom. Son, poor kid, is a chip off the old block with a little more sense. Nothing wrong with that, Andy. Nothing wrong with that at all. Hey, right, the best way to stop a dog from chasing cars. It taught that one. That dog never chased a car again after that. We never tried it with any other dogs after that one time because me and my buddy were both like, oh no, we messed up that dog. We messed the dog up bad. Nah, at least he wasn't too messed up. But yeah, he wouldn't. And he'd sit in his yard. It was funny because he'd come running off their porch and he'd sit on the sidewalk halfway to the street and bark at the car as it goes by. He wouldn't get anywhere near the street. Just bark at the car as it goes by. Um, maybe, but you would give all for them. Be honest. Oh, for the kids. Oh yeah, yeah. I know Andy would. I know Andy would. Yeah, it's just like my kids. Just like my kids. I'm not going to be there for foolishness, things that they can so easily resolve or handle and deal with on their own. I'm not going to be there for that. I'm not their babysitter. But boy, if it comes push comes to shove and it's something beyond their ability or their control, they know the old man's going to be right there, get between them and whatever that danger or that hazard is. Oh, Amber, that poor cat. That's a good one. Oh, my mother-in-law had a cat that was, it was just a little guy, too. He's just a little guy. She went out in the winter. My father-in-law had just gotten home with the car, and then she wanted to run off somewhere. And he says, "Well, the car's all warmed up, sitting out there." It had only been sitting there for about a half hour or so, but it was cold, bitter cold. She got out there, turned the car over, and all of a sudden she hears row, 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 and all this thump, thump, thump. Shut the car off and came in the house. She says, "Something don't sound good under the hood of the car." And my ex and I were there visiting. I ran out there and I popped the hood open and I go, "Oh no, oh no." Here's this cat laying on top of the motor. He's got a big gash in his back leg and he's got a gash. He's missing an ear. The ear was gone. He got a gash down the back of his head and between his shoulders. I looked at his face, and opposite of the ear that was missing, his eye was knocked out, or it had been knocked out. And he was just all cut up, beat to the end. I picked him up. I felt so bad for him. And then I realized his tail went out and then turned at a 90-degree angle. So his tail's busted in half. We put him in a nice, soft, padded box. And I told her, I said, you can make him comfortable, but he's not going to make it. He won't make it through the night. That cat lived to be 16. Ugliest cat you ever saw. Yeah, he saved up those other 5 lives. He kind of calmed down after the fourth time. uh, when my daughter was about 14, she went out with a boy of the same age who treated her like crap. I took him for a walk on the shore at low tide. Oh, yeah, I remember this story. Yes, he did. Yeah. Yeah, the water may have only came up to his knees, but he was wet to the waistline. Oh, that was so nice of him to call it off. That was, yeah. What a gentleman, eh? Amber says my ex-husband had a cat that the same exact thing happened to him. That cat was named Mr. P, and he lived to be 19. Some of them are tough, boy. Yeah. Jim. As a woods kitty. Uh, and he says, I really didn't want to let the brat go. By the time the tide would have gone out again, he would have been eaten by crabs, shrimps, and whelks. Would have needed dental records to ID him. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And by the way, hi, Nature's Beauty. uh, yeah, yeah. Sometimes it's really tough to do the right thing because it doesn't feel right to do the right thing. Um, feels better to just do what needs to be done, no matter how right or wrong it is. Good evening, Running Water. These folks got to see a nice picture of you when you were just a little boy, and they thought you were cute as a button. They want to know what the hell happened. No, I'm just kidding you, boy. Oh, no, actually, Running Water, I was bragging you up. I was bragging you up. I said, look at that. Isn't he an adorable kid? I said, yeah. Yeah, he looked just like me when I was a little kid like that. Only problem is now he's looking like me now, just 20 years younger. Yeah, there you go, Andy. Yeah, when you heard him feeling it. He was he was real. His thinker was saying, "This is it. I'm buying it. I'm buying it." Yeah, then it helps him feel a little bit better. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Jimmy, if that kid didn't change his evil ways, it's a good thing he's not in Andy's life anymore. Andy's picking on Donnie's haircut. Oh, Running Water, you're cute. You were a cute kid. And the haircut was in style. Your mother saw to it. Yeah, nature's beauty. Yeah, 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 yeah. If Andy has kind of that weird smirk on his face and it says, would you like to go down to the beach? I would suggest anybody would say, no, no, I'd rather go down to that cafe right across the street from the police station if you don't mind. That would be much better. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't hurt a man's children. Yeah, I just, yeah, James. Question is, what style was that? It was the style of the day. Kind of like the coffee of the day when you go to the espresso shop, go to Starbucks. Today's coffee is, come on, James. Yeah, You you're not that much older than I am. You remember those days in the 70s and the early 80s, styles changed monthly. Every single month there was something new. Look how fast, I, you know, like disco. I mean, they thought that ball was spinning fast. Oh no, the whole fad, boom, there it was, gone. Yeah, and tilted the head, um, eyes bulging a bit, usually a sign that the voices have just come up with something really sadistic and cruel, and I've agreed with them. It's a consensus that you should start running. The pudding basin. That's what they must have called it over there. Here it was just a bowl haircut. Yeah, yeah. Got the old bowl haircut. Hey, Musky Hands, great to see ya. Great to see ya. Yeah, that was, I mean, when I watched your video, I'm going, oh my gosh. You see that big long green building there? Belongs to the fish company. They got the best deep fried whitefish sandwiches during corny days. I've eaten many of them. And I love that fishing down off the pier there. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. You get some pretty good sized northerns out of there. Yep. Yeah, just like bell bottom pants. Um, it was nuts. Okay, Jimmy said I chased one jerk off my stepdaughter by cleaning the shotgun when he came over for dinner once. That was the last time I ever heard his name. I gave one of my daughter's boyfriends a ride. Told him we're going to take a ride. We're going to chat a little bit. Took him way the hell out into what we call the Barrens. Easy to find your way out of it. Where I took him, yeah, you only had to walk about a mile to a paved road, and then that paved road was only about 4 miles, and then the next paved road, it's 6 miles back into town. So it's only 14 miles. But when I asked him to get out of the car, he thought, yeah, we're going to get out of the car and stretch and talk. He got out of the car, and I opened my door to play it out. When he slammed the door, I slammed mine and drove off. Yeah, he did call my daughter and said, I don't want to be around you as long as your old man's alive. He just dropped my ass off in the middle of nowhere. And he wasn't shy about the fact that his deer rifle was laying in the back seat, locked and loaded. Oh, your dad was at Corny Days. Oh, cool, Muskie. Oh, yeah, nature's beauty. That damn right. No, I slept in my trailer. That trailer that I have there that you see in the videos, there's a cot in there, and um, I've got baskets that got gear in them, and I got all kinds of stuff in there. None of it's organized right now. I didn't get any film of the inside of it because I never got it organized this last trip. This next trip, I'm going to work in there a bit and show it off a little. But it's real homey inside that trailer. I fold that back door down. It's all screened in, so no skeeters get in. And I got the top skylight and the side door, of course. But no, I slept in that trailer, and you could really hear the rain on the roof of that trailer. I slept like a baby though out there, except the one night the critters kept me up all night. I could hear the loons singing, and I mean, they were singing their song just loud, and then there was an owl just less than 50 yards from my camp sitting up in the tree. I could see him, his silhouette, plain as day, and he's hooting away, having a heck of a time. So I went at 2 o'clock in the morning, went out, sat there, and I was listening to all the critters. I mean, critters all over. I could hear them going through the woods, and yeah, and the sky was perfectly clear and coal black. Looked like there was a million times a million stars in the sky that night. Just a beautiful blanket of stars. Next thing you know, I looked at my watch, hit the little light on it, and I go, ooh, it was 4:15 in the morning. So for 2.25 hours, I sat up just enjoying it out there. But otherwise, yeah. But that rain, 2 days of it, 2 days of it. And that one day, sneaking out on the lake, thought it's all done, it's all over. Wasn't out there a half hour, close to 40 minutes maybe. And then that storm started coming in. I never paddled so hard in my life, ever, ever, ever. And I got to shore 10 minutes before it hit. 10 minutes before it hit. Yeah. Yeah. Bell bottoms and guru jackets. Huh. Yeah, you got your daughter's boyfriend crying. That's cool. Um, Andy says, that rain and thunder, I would want to be in that tent. So calming when a big thunderstorm comes overhead, unless you're out on the kayak on the water. Right, right. But I'll tell you what, that one morning when that storm hit at 5 o'clock in the morning, that's when the rain just hit and then the thunder. I'm in the trailer and I'm not kidding. It was just like you were trying to sleep in a kettle drum. Boom, 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 boom. That thunder was just, it was being amplified inside that trailer. I couldn't believe how loud it was. And the stuff hanging on my walls was just rattling and shaking. It was thundering so bad. Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. I love it. If I'm undercover, I don't care. Oh, you thought it was for the things I brought with. Didn't know that you slept in there too. Yeah, yeah. It's a project in. It's yeah, yeah. It's a ongoing project. I'm converting it into the Sty Shack 2, TOO, the Sty Shack also adventure trailer. Um, it's going to be kind of a camper incognito so that people don't see it as a regular RV camper. They just think it's a utility trailer for the most part. And yeah, yeah. Gary's asking if I still have the pickup bed tent and what do you think of it? Yes, I still have that pickup bed tent. You betcha. You betcha. That's going to be for like when I'm doing single overnighters or maybe a 2-dayer, where I'm just taking minimal gear kind of thing, um, and just leave the trailer behind and just take the truck and boondock it, get way the heck out in the boonies somewhere, and definitely use the truck tent. And I love it. That truck tent is awesome. And I'll also use that truck tent if I'm going on a road trip where I don't want to have to pay for a motel or something, like going down visit my daughter, and do an overnighter. I stayed in the tent the last time I did that, and yeah, it goes up, takes you about 10 minutes to put it up, another 10 to take it down, and it's comfortable. And I went through a good heavy rainstorm in that tent my last time I used it out camping, and Yeah, bone dry. Yeah, loved it. Um, and he says nature's beauty. Always wanted a cottage above South Coast cliff. The sounds of big storms at sea and the pounding of the waves. Yes, yes, that's what I liked up in Ely, Minnesota, the gateway to Boundary Waters, and I could look out northern sky and see all these huge thunderstorms going across the Boundary Waters canoe area. You could see all the bolts of lightning, and you can hear the thunder just rolling across the big lake. And then when the storms would hit that big lake, our cottage was only 12 feet from a retaining wall and then the water. We'd have waves hitting that retaining wall and coming over the top of them, and the water would be hitting the front door of the cottage during a storm. And oh, it was just to die for. It was awesome. It was awesome. Yeah, if I was alone, that rain wouldn't have been such a big deal. Andy suggested that I take the Styack and haul it up from the lake and use it to paddle around the campground. And he wasn't too far off. I told him, I said, yeah, I could have done that. And I could have paddled the kayak back and forth to my trailer. Will says, my sister growing up was dating a mean kid. We went out to eat and put a lot of salt in his soda and a bit of that liquid diuretic. It worked good. He left my sister alone after that. Yeah, seeing those big storms is just awesome. And he says, shame old Thor can't play the electric guitar as well as the drums. Yeah. Gemma, sweetheart, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, it's so good to see you, girl. I heard what a rotten day today, huh? Everything you make a big leap forward and some jerk has to mess up things when they start going a little better. Some jerk's got to jump in and mess it up. Well, nobody's allowed to mess it up here. It's so good to see you, girl. Yeah, yeah, your sister finally, she did it right. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, Gemma, it was so nice. Amber came over and filled me in a little bit, and I was just glad to hear how it was being handled, and I had confidence that you would come out of it feeling better, and I'm glad that you're feeling much better, sweetheart. You're just yeah, you've had a you've had a lot of rough times in the last couple of weeks, girl. You didn't need another one today. And he says, always think of those old black and white movies with the cottage on the Cornish cliffs, then walking to a wrecked ship on the reef and salvaging as much as you can before the excise return up. Oh, yeah. The yes, Gemma is so good at keeping track of Sty too. Sty tries to keep track of Gemma, and Gemma tries to keep track of Sty. We kind of look out for each other. It's I feel good having Gemma in my corner. Yeah, seeing and hearing one thing in it, a whole another deal. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Gemma. I love it. Yeah. And you know that feeling's mutual, Gemma. Yeah. Amber says, all right, all going to get this cat's fed. We'll keep you up and running, Sty. Love you too, Gemma. You're my English daughter. That's sweet of you, Amber. Go Fish Office. Hello. Yeah, Andy's in here. I'm trying to catch up here. Will says eventually Michael was his name, very good friend of ours. He lost his life last month. Hard to talk about. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah. Gemma says, Sty, we need to chat soon too on Hangouts or on Zoom, whatever you use. Um, yeah, I don't see. I believe I can do it with StreamYard. We could do a chat, um, and I do it as private, and I just email you the link, and then you come in, and it's a private one. Then it works kind of like Hangouts. Then, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, Gemma, we're going to have to work that out. Will says, I'm a ham radio operator. I was helping the police try to find the person who escaped from prison and took him out of his truck last month. Took weeks to try to find him, all I know. Wow. Yeah, Gemma, it'd be nice. How does it look for you tomorrow during the day sometime? If tomorrow works, what's a good time, I should say? During the day is great. Okay. Okay, sounds good. I just gotta I gotta remember. Um seven. There's an 8 hour difference. So it would probably be afternoon. It'd be sometime afternoon, your time. Um yeah, right, right. Yeah, I'll try to make it as early. Um let's see, about 9. So that'd be 3. Oh, what about 4:30, 5 o'clock tomorrow work for you? Evening, Gemma? That's right, Will. Love your family and friends every day. Tomorrow's never promised. Yeah, yeah. And okay, yeah. Between 4 and 5 tomorrow afternoon. we'll plan on it, and I'll get a hold of you somehow. Yeah, you bet I will. Is your email on your YouTube page? If I go to the about, go fish. Nothing new with me. I'm patiently waiting out until I can go back out camping on the 26th. On the 26th, I plan on going out for another 6 nights, 7 days. My ankle that I messed up on my last camping trip is starting to heal up, but it's just not right yet. It's yeah. Her time, Andy. Her time. Okay. Got it, Gemma. Thank you. Got it, got it. Had it. There it is. Got it, had it. There we go. Okay. The yeah, excuse me folks a second because I'm getting this email put into my contacts so that I do not have to worry about it. There we go. There we go. And I can't see, my microphone's in the way. Okay. Good deal. Good deal. Right there. Looks good. Thank you very much, Gemma. What size foot do I have? I don't know if the sizes are any different between there and here, but I wear a 10. I got small feet. I used to wear a 9, but I wear a 10 now. My feet got wider and a little bit longer. But then they've been carrying me around for 62 years, so I suppose. Oh, Goldfish is asking where I'm from. Northern Wisconsin. Northern Wisconsin. Ashland, Wisconsin. Oh, yeah, that'd be nice, Gemma. Yeah. Okay, Andy, I'll message you at the same time. Okay, it'll be sometime between 4 and 5 o'clock your folks' time, and I'll message both of you at the same time, and I'll get it set up, and I'll message you with the link to pop right in. And if this thing won't let me do it, I'll message you with a different way we'll do it. Okay, I don't think we'll have a problem. Yeah, because it actually it goes on YouTube settings. for private or unlisted, I can still I can share that link with anybody I want. So, yeah, but hails from somewhere, from elsewhere back in the hills. Yeah. Old man said, oh, yeah, that I think that'll be good, Gemma, for us to get together on a closed chat. I think that'd be a blast. Old man says, I just got a quick news flash by the American Joe show about Antifa attacking a bus full of Trump supporters. Got to go check it out. Yeah, yeah, see what's going on there, eh, old man? Yeah, I've gotten to really have a soft spot for northern Wisconsin. The love of my life for the outdoors was northwestern Montana. I loved that country. I just loved that country. But I was born and raised in Minnesota, and we spent every summer up in the Boundary Waters canoe area. I used to paddle the Boundary Waters. It's just as remote. It's just flatter. It's just a lot flatter than Montana with a lot more water and a lot more variety of fish to catch. Um, but the hunting in Montana was supreme. I loved it. So yeah, my heart was torn between Minnesota and Montana. And then when we left Montana, we moved to northern Wisconsin. My ex-wife was from this area. I've been here for just a little over 30 years. I'm not going anywhere else. Yeah. Yeah. Andy says, uh, cool, I'll be around if the white coats ain't following me. Yeah. Yeah. Carry a concealed pair of scissors, Andy, so you can cut their net if they try to put the net over you. Goldfish says, Sty, Andy, and Janice Grace. I hope you three have a great private chat. Sounds like fun. Yes, yes, it will be. Andy says, except back up into those woods. Well, when I had Camp WTF, oh, if I could put it right back where it was before we shut the business down, and I didn't have the partnership problems that ended up being there, I'd still be there. I would still be there and happy as a jay. Um, I was very healthy at the time. I was very happy. I'd still be on the internet doing what I do. In fact, I'd be streaming there right now if I still lived there. Um, yeah, 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 yeah. Crocodile Dundee will help you out. And yeah, yeah, oddly enough, as off grid as I was up at camp, I was on the internet. I was on YouTube every single night, unless I was out in camp. If I had a client or clients and I was out in the camp, or if I was out just doing solos. Um, if I wasn't out doing that stuff, me and my little mascot would sit there. We're on YouTube. I had a generator. And he says, may sound daft, Sty, but if you were willing, if you were still there, you may never have survived that heart thing a few years back. Actually, I would have. Actually, I would have. Um, when I had to go to the hospital, when I had the heart attack, I didn't trust my daughter's other half. He wasn't her husband, he was just her other half, the father of one of her kids at the time, or no, two of her kids at the time. I didn't trust riding with him. I was afraid he was going to kill me. I knew I was having a heart attack, but I was afraid he was going to kill me just riding with him. But I told him, you got to come with, we got to use your vehicle, but I'm driving. And I drove myself to the hospital. And that was almost a 30-minute drive from their place to the hospital. And from where I lived out at camp, it was a 40-minute drive to the hospital here, 10 minutes longer. Well, when I got to the hospital there, it was 20 minutes before they even got me actually in the emergency room and started doing anything. So I thought about that. And the timing, yeah, I would have made it. I would have made it. It wouldn't have been no different. Go fish, Sty. You're so nice. Wish you were my neighbor. Well, I wish I was your neighbor too. I'd love living next door to any of you. I'm one of those. I'm one of those neighbors that folks here in this apartment building I live in. Um, even they say, "Oh, you're such a nice neighbor," but I don't see them often. I don't, but they know I'm here and they know I'm available if someone wants to visit. Yeah, I'm open. Let's get together and just drink some coffee and BS. I don't care, or just go sit outside and hang out. You know what I mean? And and Goldfish says, Andy, if you shared already, I apologize, but can I ask where you're from? Seems to me I was told already, but my brain's not working. uh, yeah, he's from a little place called Harwich in the UK. It's not going to be much longer, and Sty's going to have Andy's address burnt in his head. Thanks to Andy. And he says, my next door neighbor took his caravan out this weekend. Was great for me as all my other neighbors were listening to really cool music really loud. Yeah. Uh, time to crank it up, huh? Every now and then I have to blow the dust out of the speakers and amp. It's only 2,000 watts, so Gemma wouldn't have heard it. Just shy of reaching Gemma. Yeah. Good, good. I wouldn't want you stressing her out by cranking that music too damn loud. Yeah, I tell you what. Well, I'm surprised we're hitting the 4 hour mark right here. We're only a minute and a half away from it. 4 hours already gone. mind you, in a southwest wind. That's one thing I noticed out at camp. I didn't, other than that one early morning thunderstorm, 5 a.m., all the nights were clear and calm, dead calm. You'd look out over the lake, the starlight flashing off the water, just like glass. And oh boy, did the sounds carry. Yeah, you could hear the sounds for miles. And the nice thing there is you don't hear vehicles. Goldfish says, Andy, yeah, I knew you were across the world from me, just couldn't remember where. Yeah, 8 hours from me. If I left right now and headed straight to Andy's, and it took me 8 hours to get there, for me, when I get there, it would be 16 hours later or sooner. Yeah, the 8 would go the other way sooner. I'd get there when I left. That's what would happen. Yes, I would get there when I left here. And he says, last summer I took things out the back for a barbecue and invited no one but my son. People thought I was having a party or something till they turned up and were told, go home or similar. Yeah. Yeah, that whole time thing really screws me up. That's like I watch a few Australian YouTube channels and outdoor related stuff. They're out there really, really grumping about the cold. And then I realized, oh shit, it's winter down there. Yeah, yeah, it ain't the same time of year for them. I don't know what's going on here. Can't be. I put fresh batteries in this thing. What's going on? I lost my mouse. I lost my mouse. That's a first. There it is. It's back. It's like I had to reset it. Yeah, nothing gets attention like music. Just gentle stuff, Jim. From Zeppelin through Metallica. Just the mild mood music, you know. Goldfish says, Andy, I really appreciate all your time you take to respond to my messages. Yeah. Yeah, James Santana. And he says the neighbor's dog get a lot of my attention, Jim. He works from 6 to 6 and has the thing locked in a room all day. Drive me, but some days. Yep. Yeah, Andy is very good at keeping in touch. Very, very good at keeping in touch. Bullfish says this fish likes this niece and uh, this nice and relaxing stream. Just what I needed for tonight. Well, good, good. I'm glad it is. I'm glad it is. Our streams usually are pretty relaxing. Pretty mellow. We don't get a lot of drama over here, so I've had people fall asleep during the stream, and then all of a sudden they'll pop in. And they'll go, "Oh no, I'm sorry, I fell asleep listening to you." All I can do is laugh. Oh boy, I put them to sleep. And Gemma, that sweet girl, I'll never forget the first time she told me, "Before I start your stream, Sty, I get ready for bed and I stack my pillows all up just right, and I get myself all comfortable in bed, and then I start your stream in case I fall asleep." Then I found out she wasn't the only one. There's a couple others that do that. They make darn sure they're in a good spot to sleep for a few hours when they start my stream, just in case. Yeah, yeah. I stay away from drama too if I can. Now I'll go to a channel and like to a stream, and it'll just be pure drama going on. Just that's all it is pure drama. Or we're the hosts. They even titled their stream in such a way where it's gonna just be drama. And I'll go in and lurk. I won't jump in the chat because I don't want people drawing me into it. So I'll lurk and watch what's going on, listen to what's going on, and and then I can jump when it's just it's too much. I'm getting drama overload. I'll jump, and nobody needs to know that it was even there. But I can jump without anybody going, "Oh, that jerk, he was in here and now he laughed." And I don't want to go there. And Andy says, and the one bit of drama you did get, I weren't here. Can you invite that troll back for practice? Let's have troll practice. Let's go invite that guy back in here. Everybody, all my mods can have fun attacking him. And he says a little more like Motorhead, Black Sabbath, end 70s, early 80s British metal bands. The list goes on and on. James says, and Cheesehead says, "Drama. I'll bring you drama." Is that a cookie? I made homemade peanut butter cookies. Yes, I'm sorry, guys. I just need it. I need it. I need it. I haven't eaten like I should have today. All I had today is one of Andy's. Well, they're not Andy's anymore. He gifted them to me. Andy's noodles. I had one of those today. That's what Sty ate today. I'm probably going to have a can of Kippers before I go to bed tonight. Spend the night with the smell of fish on my mustache. If I could share, I would. I definitely would. Everybody would get a cookie. If I could get it to you, everybody get a cookie. But if I sent it to you guys, by the time you got it, they wouldn't be so good. And then you'd be getting on my next stream going, Sty can't cook cookies. Yeah, he can't bake cookies. Andy, now you're and cheese is laughing about it too because and I was reading the comment and I had to look up, make sure it, I, I'm like, she said changed his emoji or his icon, and I look up and no, it's Andy, and he's talking just like Cheesehead. I hope they blow through you with a vengeance, greedy old curmudgeon. That's Cheesehead. Cheesehead. And he says, "Smeal of fish on your tash," saying nothing good. I didn't have any chunky peanut butter. Otherwise, I would have used it. Yeah, you have to give me fair warning before you get here so I can make some. You need more? I don't do. I don't disappear to the damn kitchen when I got company and they can hang out and they can visit and stuff. Well, I'm in the kitchen. I don't do that anymore. If I know somebody's coming, everything will be ready. They get here. I get to visit too with them, and then we get to eat together. Blah blah blah. I spent my whole marriage in the kitchen. Well, everybody in the family and their cousins are all having a good time visiting. Blah blah blah. Then dinner's ready. They all come in and they eat like pigs and leave a hell of a mess for me to clean up, put everything ready. And then finally, I'll get to visit for maybe a few minutes before everybody leaves. Yeah. Jesus saying he's coming up tomorrow. I wouldn't come up tomorrow. See, James, you you can't. That's Oh, wait a minute. Andy said, I suppose having a fishy tash is better than one that's like an old rotting whale carcass. Uh huh. Definitely. And James saying could use M&M also. Jim, I knew I had peanut butter and flour. I wasn't sure if I had everything I would need to make cookies. So I dug the recipe out. I looked at it and I looked in the cupboard. And yes, I had what I needed to make plain old peanut butter cookies. I didn't have any M&Ms here. I didn't have anything like chunky peanut butter. I didn't. I had regular peanut butter, creamy. All of these things are great suggestions, but they don't mean nothing. They don't mean nothing because I ain't going to the store just to get M&Ms for a batch of cookies or chunky peanut butter just for a batch of cookies. In fact, if I wouldn't have had one of the ingredients, just one ingredient missing, I would not have had cookies because I wasn't going to go out of my way for these cookies. Yeah, Andy, you're right. You're right. Yeah, go fish. Someday I will get to come visit. You never know. Yeah. You don't hear me saying, don't you dare. No. No. Jelly bean cookies. You know, I bet you a butter cookie or a sugar cookie with those pastel jelly beans I got in there that are still in there from Easter would actually be pretty good. Yeah, I didn't have any chocolate chips unless I took, she said Chris's chocolate bar and chopped that up and put in there. I could have done that and just brought him some chocolate chip cookies. Tell him, oh, I forgot your chocolate bar, but here's a here's a dozen chocolate chip cookies for you. Oh, 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 oh. Oh boy. I think jelly bean cookies is a new invention. I don't think anybody's doing them. Oh, the berries. Mm-hmm. Is now goldfish, Andy says. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be chocolate chunk cookies. On Crystal's challenge, someone was talking about Pop Tarts, maple flavored Pop Tarts. And I said, that's it. That's it right there. I got all these different hottest chocolate, hottest lollipop, hottest this and that. A 9 million Scoville maple Pop Tart. Now that would be kick arse right there. Yeah, yeah. A Pop Tart that pops your eyes out of your head. Now, those of you that know AOK, um, Thack is doing the I don't know which one it is. I'd have to look it up, but she's doing one of the nasty challenges. Death toll or some damn thing. I don't know. It's a bad one, but she's doing it. Oh yeah. See, I don't toast my Pop Tarts. I eat them just plain out of the box. I don't put them in the toaster because them little bastards get hot. You're right, Andy. Yeah, goldfish. Anybody that comes here, one stream, they go through one stream, and everybody in the house, all my regulars and myself and that person, all of a sudden we feel like you've been there all along. You've been there all along. So you've been here enough that you don't feel new to us. We realize, yeah, you haven't been here a long time, but you fit right in. You fit right in. Um, do I eat porridge? Do I look like one of the three bears to you? Do I look like one of the three bears to you? You know, I don't know what a true porridge is because over here we never called anything porridge. Um, so, do I eat porridge? I don't know. Would I eat porridge? Yeah, I'm sure I would. Oh, oats? You mean like oatmeal? Rolled oats? The old-fashioned rolled oats? Is that what you mean? I eat the hell out of them. Oats, milk, little salt, cooked till thick. Rolled oats, old-fashioned oatmeal. Yeah. And then what we do though, we don't see. We cook the oats until they're thick, and you do put a bit of salt in it, and but people eat it in different ways. I like my oatmeal with a big slab of butter on top. Let that melt down on it. And then I like to sprinkle some brown sugar on it and then add the milk. And in running water has nightmares about farina. yeah, yeah, I never liked farina either. Um, grits, yeah, I like grits. I don't mind grits. Cheesehead's asking, but yeah, I like yeah. See now that yeah. No, Andy, I don't have to try that. I already been down that road. Evaporated milk, half and half, and put golden or maple syrup on it. Oh yeah, been down that road. Yeah. Oh yeah, loaded up with raisins too. Goldfish. Yeah. Running Water knows when we lived out in Montana, that'd be dinner. That'd be a big meal. I'd make up a great big kettle of oatmeal loaded with raisins. You either covered it with brown sugar or maple syrup. And whatever milk we would have, which a lot of times was evaporated milk cut 50-50 to make like a whole milk for eating, cooking, drinking. Mm. Chocolate malto meal, cheesehead. You and I could share the same breakfast. Yes, sir. And having IBS, I constantly have the grits. Whole new meaning, the grits. Is that Purina or Purina? Farina. We used to get that. They were commods. And my wife would expect them kids to eat that stuff. I kept my mouth shut, Running Water saying, doing all right, go fish. Trying to get in right frame of mind to deal with New Jersey, New York in a few hours. Oh, yuck. Oh, yeah, go fish. Running Water is my oldest boy. He's my oldest son, by the way. Yeah, it used to be made by Ralston. Yeah, they still make it. The USDA. It's considered a USDA product. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I could go get you a box of that crap. You're only going to get it if you have access to government commodities. Farina is generic malto meal, but with less flavor. Oh, yes. It's paler. It looks like grits and tastes like shits. Because it's neither. Andy says, could be argued that eating with city traffic is best with your brain switched off, Donnie. Oh, dealing with city traffic. It's best with brain switched off. I hate city driving. Yeah. Oh yeah. You gotta stir it a lot, or you get lumps, James. That's you betcha. Farina when it gets lumpy. Yuck. Them clumps. They're just like, oh, it's a farina dumpling. Yeah. But I'll tell you what, I love old fashioned rolled oats. Instant oatmeal, I eat a ton of it. I try to eat oatmeal every day. And what I do is I make 2 cups of oatmeal in the morning, and that's typically my breakfast. I have 2 cups of oatmeal with freeze dried fruit in it that reconstitutes. I just take regular instant oatmeal, make that, and then I put the freeze dried fruit in it. You only have to wait a couple of minutes and it's rehydrated. And but I eat that every day because oats are awesome for your heart health. They're absolutely awesome for your heart health. Out at camp, that one day I had literally half a pound of pork sausage and 2 eggs, and that stuffed me. Well, that wasn't enough because the next day I had 5 slices of bacon, a big slice of ham, and 2 eggs. That didn't satisfy me. I'm terrible when I'm out there in camp when it comes to food. Man, I eat. I gotta stop doing that. I bring oatmeal with me. Didn't have any oatmeal. Didn't eat any. Worst part is having to cross George Washington Bridge twice tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. Well, at least you don't have to cross the Delaware in the middle of the winter in a boat, George. For the for our UK family. That's historic over here. The crossing of the Delaware with George Washington in the bow of the boat. Yeah, Goldfish says oats are nice. Make oatmeal or granola. Yeah. And he says, I asked my mom, as a kid, I asked my mom how to make oats. She said, do it 3-to-1 with milk. So I put in 1 cup of milk and 3 cups of oats, completely knackered her saucepan and never cooked again till adult. uh, oh yeah, yeah. Oatmeal. Yeah, I was in fact there was a while there I was buying it. Jim, when we lived out in Watertown and had the farm out there, um, I had a local person there that he had an awesome grist mill and for their own personal milling for foodstuffs. And I would get rolled oats from them, and the that oatmeal was pure, coarse, right from the oat to your bowl, and that was good. That was good. The texture, the flavor, yeah. Can't do granola, Andy. Yeah, making that first oatmeal. Sounded interesting. That's where you want to be a mouse in the corner and watch. Came out like cement. Didn't help. I let it burn on the base of the pan. Ooh, ah, ooh, ee, oh, oh. Now, have any of you ever eaten this? My mother used to make it, and that was another thing. To get her to make us chicken soup homemade, it was like pulling teeth. You had to be sick. You had to be sick. And then she'd make homemade chicken soup. Same with this. You had to be ill. There were two other things. Milk toast. You make a couple slices of toast, butter the toast, lay it in a bowl, and you pour hot milk over it, butter, salt, and pepper. Oh, loved it. The other thing was she made cream mush. Now, I've had people say they don't know what the hell I'm talking about. She would take half and half cream, put it in a saucepan, and slowly bring that to temp till it's nice and hot. You don't want it to simmer, you don't want it to boil, but you want it right at the point where it wants to simmer. Otherwise, it'll curdle. So it gets to that temp, and she'd use a sifter, and she'd sift flour in it and keep stirring it and stirring it and stirring it and stirring it until it would get firm like a pudding. And then she'd put that in a bowl, and what we would do is put a slab of butter on it and a little sprinkle of brown sugar on it. Cream mush. It was nothing but dairy cream and flour cooked to the consistency of pudding. It was the frickin' die for. I tried making it when I moved into this apartment for the first time in about 45 years that I would have had it. Kind of an Andy incident. Thank God I live alone. Thank God it didn't set the alarm off. I curdled the shit out of the milk and panicked and didn't take it off the burner. I just turned the burner down and turned around to get something, and I came back and it was too late. Now it's smoking and it's burning to the bottom of the pan. The worst thing I could do is dump it out in the sink and try to get it to go down the drain because it's thick. When that got out of the pan, then you could smell the burn. Yuck. Yeah, mush cornmeal. I've had that too. I didn't like it. I liked it. I liked cornmeal mush, but I like the cream mush the best. Hi, Yorn. Hey, good morning. It's good to see you. Good to see you. And he says, as a kid, when money was tight, I would have buttered sliced bread with hot milk and sugar. Used to feel like crap in the mouth. Was tasty as hell, though. Yeah, I liked it too. Yeah, and my ex-wife, oh, she ate it all the time. Ate it all the time. Milk bread. That's all she called it. Milk bread. I have to have milk bread. And I always told her, you don't need it because of the damn sugar, because she was wound up tighter than you can get in the first place. But she loved it. She loved it. I liked it. I had no problem eating milk bread, except the texture. To me, it was snotty. It's like snot, like you're eating snot. Didn't taste like snot, but it felt like snot. Yoran says, yeah, I have a gorilla tripod and I need a better one that can give me more options. Oh, you can be here for 30 minutes. Great. That's great. In fact, that's about right because right around 5 hour mark, I'm going to be shutting her down. I'm going to be shutting her down. I got to get this foot. I got to get horizontal and get this foot raised. Damn thing keeps swelling up on me. I do want to be able to walk when I go to camp next time. Oh, and cinnamon. Yes. Bread pudding. To die for. Raisins in your bread pudding makes it awesome. You got me. That's a winner. I really love a brandied caramel sauce to put over my bread pudding. So, Andy, when you serve me my bread pudding, would you mind putting some brandied caramel sauce on that for me? You can make the caramel with condensed milk. And, no, okay. Yeah, the milk bread, it's like Andy said, it tastes good. It tastes really good. The texture is just not. Even milk toast, you had to eat it quickly so that the toast still had texture, because if it soaked too long, it turned to snot. You know, it's not right. It tastes good, but it's not right. You know, and that's so right, James. Um, when times are tough, what you got to throw together for food, there's people that would say, "Oh my God, that's all you had to eat?" Oh yeah, and it was great. We loved it. We loved it. I remember a Thanksgiving after my pop passed away and times were tough. My mom had taken a sabbatical and times were tough. Oh, the income was limited in the household and we were just getting by. And she asked, she didn't tell us kids, she asked us kids, would it be all right with you kids if we had just a nice family meal, not a full turkey dinner with the dressing and the cranberries and the pumpkin pies and the potatoes and all the da 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 da, but just a common but plentiful, nice, normal dinner for Thanksgiving. She said, because if we can, then I can save enough to have a really large turkey and a small ham for Christmas. Us kids said, yeah, yeah. Because if she said we're going to have a really nice, normal dinner instead of a Thanksgiving dinner, we knew it was still going to be pretty damn good. So what did we have for Thanksgiving? She had 2 ring bolognas. Now there was 4 of us kids and herself, 5 of us. She had 2 ring bolognas, and they were big ones. They were really nice ones. She cooked those with kraut, mashed potatoes smothered in butter, coarsely mashed potatoes smothered in butter, with big chunks of that ring bologna cut up for each of us. And on top of the potatoes was a layer of kraut and all these pieces of ring bologna. And speak of the devil, bread pudding. She had made bread pudding because she saved all the heels from all the loaves of bread and stuck them all in the freezer with a little hole in the bag because the freezer would dry that bread right off. So she made a huge bread pudding, packed with raisins, in fact. Oh my gosh, was that a meal to die for? We loved it. Oops. A couple days later, I'm over at my friend's house and we're talking about Thanksgiving and stuff. And his mother says to me, "Oh, Sty, what did you guys have for Thanksgiving?" I said, "Oh, my mom fixed these awesome ring bolognese. We had sauerkraut, ring bologna, and mashed taters, and we had bread pudding for dessert. It was awesome." It wasn't till later that afternoon my mother she was just in tears. She comes up to me and she says, "What did you tell Eva, my friend's mother?" And I go, "What do you mean? I didn't tell her nothing." And she goes, "Well, Eva said that you were telling them about our Thanksgiving dinner." And I said, "Well, yeah, I told them we had a really good one." I said it. And she said, "Well, Eva's very upset because she feels that I abused you kids by not allowing you to have a decent Thanksgiving." And she said, "Please just kind of be careful what you say to the neighbors and stuff." And I said, "Mom," I said, "our Thanksgiving dinner was awesome. It was great." I told her, I said, "I don't care if they had turkey." I said, I think we had a better dinner than most people." But it was true. It tasted like $1,000,000. Yes. Yes, sir. Okay, I'm gonna catch up. I see I missed a few stuff. Andy, not. Yeah, yeah. It's better to swear than to use that other S word, right? Yeah, in your boot. Joran was saying, "Well, I had a migraine attack yesterday, and I'm a little bit dazed today, and my legs are shaking a bit." Oh, man, I hope you get over that there, Joran. And he says, "Boned chicken, rolled around raisins, sliced plums and oats, tied up, and roast in the oven. Could work well. Could. It should." Yeah. Um, yeah. James saying homemade bread, homemade potatoes, scratch, not all that added crap. Oh, yes. I love homemade biscuits in the pan, and they come out, you break them off, they're square, and they're just soft, and butter them up, and I just salivate over them. I used to make them out in Montana when we lived out there. I made homemade bread all the time. I loved making homemade bread. Oh, take it over store-bought bread any day. Yeah, Andy's had a few of them migraines. Hey, Jay's World. Hey, hi. I fell a little behind here. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Yeah, Yoran, Go Fish isn't the only one that's got empathy for you. Yoran says it's normal. Yeah, you folks have got to live with that crap. It gets to where, yeah, it's just another day, except there was a migraine in it. Yeah, it's a bitch, but Andy says, "You ain't smelt my boots, Yarn. You may be doing them a favor." Take a dump in your boots. And oh, I haven't had boots so nice in the longest time. Yeah, yeah, I know, Jorn. Uh, one of my dad's police partners, his wife suffered from severe, debilitating migraines, and her legs would be shaky, and she'd be a little unstable on her feet and feel off for anywhere from 2 to 4 days after a major migraine attack. And I can remember that with her so well. Yeah, not pleasant, not pleasant, but she was kind of that way too. With Yeah, it's normal. It's what I go through. Oh yeah, yeah. Anything a person's got that's a chronic issue. Yeah, yeah. That's me with my back. It, praise anything, anybody, and everything that I haven't had any bad back issues now for about 5 years. I got a Sty story about what my back does to me that's coming up within the next couple of weeks. It'll give you an idea of a chronic condition that I have that hopefully won't rear its ugly head until winter, if it rears it this year at all. Foot acid. Yeah, and he's going, I know that one, Yarn. I'm lucky. I'm lucky with that. I I've been fortunate to not have stinky foot syndrome my whole damn life. I don't know why. I don't know why. Wow, Yarn, yeah, you spent your life dealing with it. Hmm. Running Water says, I always thought the picture on Spam was funny. Who's wasting money to put a pineapple slice on their Spam? It's false advertising. That's where the term spam came from, Running Water. Yeah. Hey, you got to put something on that Spam to make it taste good, right? A little honey glaze and some pineapple. Hey, the other ham. I had to check the clamp on my microphone earlier today. I had the thing tip over and smack me right in the face. Yeah, Yarn, I'm sure it sucks. Andy, cluster headaches or suicide headaches can be treated long term with LSD, bromo, non active LSD, but it's illegal, so people have to endure all kinds of hell. Yep. Yeah, pineapple is a chaser for spam. Andy, is that pineapple slice that you're killing me on the plank? Your Go Fish is saying urine. I had migraine for a week straight once. That was terrible. I deal mostly with autoimmune illness, sometimes very disabling. Oh, yes, that can be. Ooh, Yeah, nobody should have missed Jay coming in. I said hi, Jay. Not often. Sty's caught up ahead of Andy. um, oh man, Yarn, that's a bummer. As a kid, Running Water says pineapple helps you to ignore that spam is made of all parts not good enough for hot dogs. Running Water, we don't need your help. It's one of those deals. It's not what it's made out of, it's how does it taste. I had some hickory flavored spam the other day. I made all rotten potatoes with hickory flavored spam, and I loved it. I wasn't going to look at the ingredients. For their ingredients on the back of the can, it should just say pig, and you guess which part. And you'll probably be right. Oh, yeah, it is the pineapple and the salmon on the plank. Oh, I watched it twice. Oh, boy. Oh, trying to enjoy the nice weather while you can, huh, Jay? Oh, yeah. Yeah, for us up here, we got the rest of this month, all of September, and the first half of October. And then anything could happen from the middle of October on. You never know. There was one year when I was organization I was running, we had huge construction projects going. We were pouring concrete the week before Christmas. Yeah. Yeah. I think we shut down on December, I think it was December 20th that year. We quit pouring concrete. That's how warm it stayed all the way till then. And then we had another year. We had to shut our construction crew down the second week of October, and we had a huge snowstorm on Halloween on October 31st. That, I mean, it was nasty. It was nasty. Yeah, Jim, we know what spam's made of. There's no need to discuss it. No need. Years go so quickly compared to when I was a kid. Yeah, they do. This summer, it's had some highlights, but man, it's almost gone. It's almost gone. And when you get to be older, my older, that hurts. That hurts to look at it and go, geez, where'd it go? Phew, gone. That's why you got to live it a day at a time. No, James, hot dogs are not one or the other. They're one or the other, or both, or they're chicken or they're turkey. I've seen them all. Seen them all. Work for a Dollar Tree. you'll you'll see. We had dogs that said, you read the package that said, for ingredients, says contains pork, beef, and chicken. All three. Same dog. Yeah, the seasons move way too quick. Yeah, I don't want winter yet either. No, 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 no. Go Fish is saying, Yoran, chronic issues are hard, but if you can find good, positive friends to help and to encourage, that can make a huge difference. Yeah, oh yeah. Also look for positives no matter how small every day. That's it. That's, yeah. James, you're right. That's very good advice. Very good. Yeah, and and you're right, Go Fish. Laughter and smiling always helps. That's why you know, I have people ask me all the time, Sty, how can you smile so much all the time? You're always smiling. And they've come right out and said, we can tell things aren't good for you right now. You're in pain, or we know some of the things you're going through, and but you're smiling, damn it. Even when you're mad, in between comments, you'll smile. And I said, yeah, the smile, sometimes the smile doesn't make me feel better, but I'll see the reaction of somebody else when they see your smile, and then it lightens them up and they smile back. That smile back was worth 100 smiles. That smile back made me feel better. Instead of somebody, oh, oh, I feel so sorry for you. I feel so bad for you. Oh, I'm so sad about how you are. And I would smile at them and say, hey, life's hell. And guess what? I'm in it chin deep. And chuckle and smile. And then they'll go, oh, and they'll give you a meek little smile. All of a sudden you feel like $1,000,000. Not physically. or whatever may be wrong. That doesn't feel better. But your persona is strengthened, and you feel lifted up because of a simple smile. And a lot of people have asked me, well, what do you have to smile about? Why are you always smiling? And I say, I always smile because I never know whoever I'm talking to or meeting with or running into, it might be the only smile they get today is the one I'm giving them. So, yeah, smile. It feels good. Joran says, when I was a teenager, they found out that I had sinusitis, and had that since I was 6, probably. And imagine that and migraine on top of that. No, I don't want to. Oh, man. Oh, no. Oh, I know where you're sending them, Sty. Sty knows this one. Yes, Sty does. I know where you're sending them, Andy. Running water. Yeah, mechanically separated chicken. You know, when I hear that, I picture a bunch of robots ripping chickens apart, fighting over. Oh, the heck with soy dogs. I remember when they came out with soy burger back in the early 70s, and my mother thought she'd give it a shot because it's so much cheaper than regular beef. And it was 50-50, half soy, half beef. Oh my God. Oh my God. And they had 100% soy burger if you want it, but she got the 50-50 because it was about half price of regular hamburger. Oh, oh, nada. Ain't happening. Uh-uh. I don't care how much flavoring you put to it. Uh-uh. Yeah, yeah. The burden of pile of shit. Yeah. Uh-huh. 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 Yeah, I bet that was horrible, Yorn. Oh, Goldfish is saying, Yorn, it can be hard, especially at first. Try to make a habit of it, and it gets easier. Still may suffer physically, but if your spirit's better, you will feel better. And that's it. Is you can't get rid of that damn pain. It just can't. It just doesn't go away. And if a person starts getting in the habit of, damn it, even though I hurt, I'm going to find something that makes me smile. I'm going to find something that makes me a little bit happy. What it does, if anything, it gives you an opportunity for a little bit of distraction from the misery. Um, oh yeah, I saw that, Andy. Yeah, we hit midnight, and we still got 8 folks in the house, and I don't mind. I'll go a few minutes longer. Um, yeah. Um, time, 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 time. Yeah. It's not as if there's not a damn thing I can do tomorrow. There really isn't. There's nothing I can do tomorrow. Um, I don't get my retirement check till Wednesday. Then look out, I ain't here. That's why if I do another stream, it'll be Tuesday night. Um, Amber's back. Amber is back. And she says, okay, I'm back. However, my back's not. Oh, pulled something while changing the cat's water. Ha ha ha. Gonna go lay back on the bed and just chill. See y'all later. Love y'all much. Yeah, take care of yourself, Amber. Ouch. Ouch. Amber's been taken down by a cat. Get well, Amber. Go rest. And again, thank you so much for being here and keeping me updated on Gemma until I could talk to her. Um, yeah, I just checking something here. Um, okay, everything's looking good there. Wham bam and thank you, ma'am. Sometimes it's just too much in the world going on. Yeah, there's there you go, Amber. Yeah, yeah. Okay. And he says, hope it eases off for you soon, Amber. Get yourself some male model in there to give your back a good rub down. uh, someone said 7. I said 8. Taking odds. No, I'm not going those 7 hours. If I make it to 5.5, that's doing pretty good. If I make it to 6, that's a miracle tonight. I don't think I'm going to be able to fall asleep after this stream for an hour or two. So, anyway, yeah, Amber said, well, Shauna's asleep. Andy, LOL. I'll feel better soon. Got my secrets. Yeah, hopefully we'll all see Amber again. Yep. I went over and supported Amber. She doesn't have a content channel, but I supported her. Amber's good people. Okay, Go Fish has to step out. It's been wonderful. Always wonderful to have you here, Go Fish. You know that. And you always know the door's open and you're welcome. RSDT popped in. Hey, good to see you. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I know what you mean, RSDT, when it comes out Viking. I know what you mean. Jorn has to jump off, have to prepare for work. You have a very good day, Jorn. Very good day. And again, yeah, thank you much for being here. It's always great seeing you. Yeah, such a great group of folks. I mean, yeah, I don't think I'm going to let this thing go any further than 5.5 hours. We're going to, you know, people have to call it a day or call it a night or call it a morning. People have to go to work. Um, it's only 6 minutes into this morning for Sty, so he can't even call it morning. So I can't call it a day. I can't call it a night. I can't call it morning. So here's to I can't call it. Nothing but grape flavored water. Crush. Instant. Works good. Yeah, running water. Did you use my car? If so, it's still running okay? Yes, I used your car for a whole half hour. Not running that whole half hour, but but I was gone with it for a half an hour. The brakes still are noisy because it sits there and the rotors are rusty. That's what's wrong with it. That's all that's wrong with it. If a person were to drive that for a few days and let those brake pads reseat just clean the rust off the rotors, it'd be fine. It runs like $1,000,000. Hit the key, boom, starts right up. Yeah, in fact, it starts so fast. I'm not used to that. My truck, you got to turn it over. But yes, thank you, running water. That worked good to do that. Um, yeah, Bullocks, JD and Coke. Oh yeah, yeah. RSGT's getting up and looking at that sun. Oh, that should wake me up. James, not me. Bye, Aaron. Yeah, go fish is gonna go watch that link. Go to bed hungry. Oh, no, that's Kevin. If he's gonna go watch Kevin, that'll keep you up too. But not because of hunger, because of laughter. Your ribs will hurt. Yeah, if Yoren does a live, I would like to try to catch it. Thanks, RSTT. 24 likes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Not bad for a Sunday night. Andy says, Yoren, bugger off and get to work before we get the blame for you being late. Yeah, yeah. And go fish. Okay, official goodbye now. Again, LOL. This fish will swim away from his stream now. Bye. Oh boy, oh boy. What a bunch of characters. What a bunch of characters. Oh yeah, Andy, I did take those two small chicken breasts I had, and I had some mozzarella and provolone cheese left. I took those chicken strips, and all I did was I scored them at an angle, the length of the chicken strips. The chicken strips were only about that big. Sliced them at an angle, about half inch to an inch apart, the slices. And I poured some of that chili sauce on them, wrapped them in bacon. Oh, no, I put the provolone and mozzarella on top of them, then wrapped them in bacon, popped them in the oven and baked them. Oh, lordy. When I took them out, there was some of the chili sauce had oozed out of them and kind of mixed with the bacon grease. But it was funny because it separated, and I was able to spoon that sauce out, put it over the top of the grilled bacon, and I put those two on a plate and added a little more sauce to it. And I just made some white rice, and I sprinkled some of the sauce on the white rice. Oh my lord! Oh God, was that good? So easy, so straightforward, but boy, was that good! Oh, was that good? Yeah, running water is pretty tough for you to be late for work. The only thing that is even remotely possible is you overslept for work. And you got so many things that are telling you when you got to go, when you got to stop, so even that's difficult to have happen. Yeah. So, so RSDT can pick what time he wants to go to work. That's cool. Do you take your work home with you? Almost within a few blocks. Yeah, that's the next thing I'm going to want to try is something. Uh, what we talked about with the fish, yeah, with like the lime slices or lemon, yeah. Um, yes, yes, but I will say, and nobody can convince me otherwise, I got a northern pike, and I'd like to do that with that northern pike, especially the tail section, because I get a really nice fillet or two. But I won't do it with a walleye. My walleye has to be pan fried. Those fillets have to be batter dipped and pan fried. I won't eat my walleye any other way. Fresh walleye. But definitely, if I get myself a decent sized pike, I'm going to fillet them out, and I'm going to do that, Andy. Going to do that. See, and with the fish, what I would do, I real almost paper thin slice onion, almost paper thin. I mean, just you can see through it. And I like to put onion rings, the rings of fresh onion, all across the fillet. And I'd make a few scores down the fillet and then put the onions on it. And then I'd pour the sauce over so it gets down into the fillet. And then I'd put the lime slices on top of the onion. And now Sty's chowing. Now he's chowing. Don't ask me to put cheese on it. I do not like cheese on fresh fish. Um, we don't, up here, we don't usually eat the bass, especially later season. If it's early spring, I'll eat a smaller bass, but we usually don't eat the bass up here. And there's a reason. They're usually wormy. You fillet them and you hold those fillets up and look at them through the light. You can see all the worms in them. Yeah, we usually don't eat the bass this time of year. Yeah, you want to get the grease to drain out. Yeah. Yeah, the panfish, you got to watch too this time of year. Sunfish, crappies. Usually what I'll do is I'll catch a couple and then I'll take one and I'll cut one fillet out of them. Fillet the skin off. Take a look at it. No worms, fine. I just keep the whole catch that I catch, and don't worry about it till I get in to clean them. But I'll just check one out. And he goes, "Yuck, forget the bass, period." Well, no, in the spring, early season, you don't find any of those worms in them at all. But they get the bass and most of the smaller panfish get those worms in them. Um, but you get into sometimes you get into good patches of them where yeah you get excellent fish, no worms, and the northerns. I've never found worms in my northerns ever. Um, Smaller muskies, no worms. Oddly enough, the catfish and the bullheads, no worms. Oh yeah, running water. Didn't we eat a ton of them out in Montana? Eh? Yeah, I miss them too. Oh God, I miss them. Yeah, yeah, that's. I could do that. I could, yeah, or a piece of whitefish. I could go out here. Um, I could get lake trout or whitefish right from Bodine's fisheries here, fresh. I don't know. Running water of 6th Street still carries Bodine's fresh fish. They used to be able to get fresh trout and whitefish there, but I didn't look. Oh, I can get. I take that back. I can get fresh I can get fresh whitefish and trout from River Rock down by the lakefront. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah, I miss the brook trout too. God, we'd have brook trout and huckleberry pancakes. Oh, sit there. If we could keep your mother from eating half of the damn trout because she didn't care about you kids or me. It was hurry up and eat yours because I'm eating until I'm full. Oh yeah, Andy, shut up. Yeah, River Rock. I realized after I said it. Yeah, River Rock is a better selection, and it's from what I understand fresher. That River Rock's pretty picky about its reputation there, where Sixth Street is more picky about its red meats, the reputation for the red meats. Oh yeah, fresh makes the difference. Some fish you just got to have them fresh. Some don't. It doesn't matter quite as much. If they're fresh frozen and they haven't been frozen for long, they're less than 3 months. They can be pretty good, but some fish you can't freeze them at all, and they turn out kind of soft and yeah, not the best. Yeah, I love my fish. I love my fish. Fish can be expensive is one of the problems. Um, yeah, cod is pretty reasonable. Um, you can get cod at a pretty decent price. Steak and brats, yeah. River Rock fish, yeah. Well, River Rock is a bait store. you know, it's all about fishing at River Rock. Whether you caught it or not, you can come up here on a vacation with the boys and tell the wives you're out fishing every day, and you can prove it. You're bringing home a bunch of fish that you had packaged for you and get it at the River Rock when you spent all week in the pub drinking. Yeah, that's what I heard too, Andy, that cod and skate, that if it's truly fresh, um, that it's got a lot, it's real moist, watery, um, that you give it an overnight minimum and the flesh firms right up. So yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that. Thank you because you just confirmed what I had heard. And the thing is we wouldn't get true fresh cod or skate here. You just, I mean, it's going to take them 24 hours or more to get it to us from the coast. Yeah, small fish market and bait shop in Ashland. Best bait you can get in the area too. I bought 2 dozen worms for my trip. Now that's been a whole week ago, and I had them for a whole week out at camp. Right? I only used 3 out of 2 dozen. They're still in my fridge, in the crisper. I opened them buggers up this morning. Holy God, they're trying to get out of there. They're just livelier than shit. And the guy down at River Rock, he gave me a couple of packets, and he said once a week, dump one of those packets in there. He says you'll keep them buggers alive for a month. And then I would no more than got to the door, and he goes, "Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa! Did I say put a packet in once a week?" I said, "Yeah," and he says, "No, no, half a packet, half of that packet for that little container." Okay, it feeds them. Yeah, ask Running Water to bring some there. Here he comes with the truck. I don't care for Peterson smoked fish, Running Water. But that's all right, you know. To each his own. To each his own. It's okay. It's not, it's not. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not no. Um I I actually prefer Bodines if it's fresh. If I can get it fresh. Um but I've had some of Peterson's where it was under smoked. They hadn't smoked it long. It hadn't smoked long enough. That's why with Peterson's, I like it. I like the flavors generally really good, but I just miss Franklin Basney's smoked fish. There was nobody in Red Cliff that could smoke fish like old Franklin Basney and Dalo. Both of them dead and gone along with the recipe and their smokehouse. I heard the family tore the smokehouse down. That's nuts. Oh, oh. I don't know if you remember Running Water, but old Franklin used to give me every time he smoked, he'd give me 5 pounds of fresh smoked for us. And he'd always ask if we were going down to Grandma's and down in the Twin Cities, and he'd give me another 15 pounds to give out to family. Oh, oh, that was some of the best smoke. And that's the first time I ever had smoked sturgeon. A native member brought me a sturgeon, and it was a 3-footer. And I cut it into steaks, all the way from the head to the tail. And old Franklin Basney said, I'll smoke that up for you. Oh my God, that was the best smoked fish I've ever eaten in my life. Oh, Lordy, was that good. Cooker or grill? All depends on what you're cooking. To me, yeah, yeah. Now I like a cooker if I'm doing if I'm doing um, fish on a plank. I like it in a cooker, so you get that smokiness around it. Um, yeah, it really depends. Yeah, yeah. I don't find many places like that one anymore. Um, yeah, smokehouse in town. Well, Running Water. One thing I'm going to be doing is, Joe said I could, so I'm going to be running out to your brother's property this fall probably, and I'm going to be making up a bunch of jerky. The Once the ground is solid, it's setting up a little bit, and I can just kind of go down the ditch line and up onto his property with my truck. I'll probably use the truck tent, and spend a couple of days out there. And I'm going to set up my tent smoker, and I'm going to smoke probably 20, 30 pounds of beef jerky, probably in October. Um, you'll get a bunch. You and Joe will get a bunch. But yeah, I got to do a bunch of beef jerky up. I'm going to do the spicy, somewhat spicy, not hot, hot, but spicy. And then I'm going to be doing my maple syrup jerky, where it's marinated maple syrup. When I made that up at WTF, everybody went absolutely ape shit over that maple jerky. They couldn't believe it. It's got a lot of pepper in it. It's got a bite. It's got a bite. Hey, Running Water says, I'll contribute. Hey, you contribute a lot the way it is, boy. Yeah. I've never tried smoking fish with the tent smoker. It's a cold smoke. It's a cold smoke, which is good because you don't want to cook that fish. You want to cure it. You want it smoked and cured. But yeah, I might get brave next year and try to do some fish. Yeah, a smoke cooker or a grill all comes down to what are you cooking? What is being cooked? Um, Now I like a good smoker where you can lift the lid and it's got the open grill and you can grill on it just like you would any other barbecue. Or you can close it up and cook as a smoker. You can do it both ways. That was the last one I had. Put the bull bars on the pickup, out your foot down, and watch for roadkill deer, even if it's still walking when you first see it. I wish the hell they would let qualified individuals, such as myself. No, I don't mean to pat myself on the back, but I wish they would allow somebody to qualify and then give them a hunting license to hunt whitetail with a 22 rimfire. I've taken down, now they can't get me because it's way beyond statute of limitations because it was many years ago. But I've taken down a total of 7 deer in my lifetime with a 22 rimfire. Pop, boom, deer's on the ground. Pop, boom, deer's on the ground. I actually had better luck with 1 round instant kills with a 22 than I have with any other caliber. I've hit deer with rifle rounds that the trauma, that deer you wouldn't think that it would be instant death. And watch the deer hit the ground, thrash and kick, and then expire. I've shot them with the 22 and they just go, whoop. No kicking, no moving, they're done. Um, but yeah, if they'd let me hunt with a rimfire 22, I'd be out there hunting. I can't afford to go out and buy a deer rifle. So, but I do keep my eyes open just in case somebody's really hurting. That's how I got my M&P Shield 9mm. There was a guy that was really hurting. Sold me a $500 gun for $250. Snatched. I got it now. Yeah. So maybe I'll find something like that. Oh, you got some cure in season, cracked pepper and lime. That would be good. That would be good. Yeah. Road warrior. Yeah. And he says over here, I recall reading about a guy hunting deer with a .17 cal supersonic rounds. Was back in the end of '80s, I believe. Yeah. Yeah. See, and that's what I use in the 22 rimfire supersonic rounds. Um, and for deer, I use round ball, not hollow points. All these guys saying, "Oh, well, hollow point, you got to use a hollow point." Got to. No, I buy. They're little. They're about twice the price of a hollow point 22 round. Um, but they're jacketed round ball, round, um, because you want to penetrate the skull. Um, and hollow point won't do it. Hit a deer in the head. It'll knock them down. Won't kill them. You got to get on top of them quick and give them a couple more shots if you're using hollows, because unless you get them in an orifice that'll get to the brain, it'll fracture the skull, but it doesn't penetrate the skull. It just flattens out. I've caped out some deer that I shot with hollow points, and there's that 22 round flattened right out on the skull. It did not penetrate it. It cracked the skull, but it didn't penetrate. Round ball, blink, nice clean hole through the skull, and the bullets lodged in the brain. Yeah. That's right, Andy. That's right. Yeah. Oh, and he's saying at the end of the day, the biggest deciding factor on the type of round should primarily be its accuracy. That's it. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. Accuracy first, and then what do you want it to do when it makes contact? What do you want it to do? Now, you want to use hollow point squirrel hunting with a 22 because of the shock value of that hollow point. It's going to mushroom when it hits the squirrel, knock his little ass right out of the tree. Shoot a deer in the head, and I've seen them jerk their head and they look around like, what the hell was that? And so, yeah. And then, like you're saying, so many people use fancy ammo that they can't even get a good grouping with. Exactly. I watch guys spend so damn much money, outrageous amount, and go out and they can't even get a 6-inch group at 50 yards. They're out there 18 inches at 100 yards. My 22s, both of them, I can get an 1.5-inch group at 50 yards, a 2-inch group at 100. And my ammo isn't expensive ammo, but it's clean and accurate ammo. Oh, wow, running water. Wow. Yeah. See, to use a tent smoker, I'm going to try using wire racks and do some ground. And then I'd like to try to do some ground in my dehydrator. But I always do full muscle, sliced thin, full muscle. 60 pounds is a lot of damn meat. Wow. It's a lot of meat. 60 pounds is about 1.5 adult whitetails here in Wisconsin. That's what you get off of them is 60 pounds. You get about 45 pounds off of a deer. Off of any one deer, you get about 45, between 35 and 45 pounds off a single deer. Yeah. The wardens can't hear a bow. See here, the natives can bow hunt, rifle hunt, all except the months with an R in them. No, only the months with an R in them. I had to stop and think about that. I had that ass backwards and I knew it. They can only hunt the months with R's in them. Okay, so September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April. Those are the months they're allowed to hunt. 8 months out of the year. The other 4 months, the deer are dropping their fawns and raising their fawns. So they're not allowed to hunt. And that's tribal enforced. Their game wardens enforce it too. Um, yeah. Yeah. And they're not allowed to use rimfire. They can't use a 22 unless it's a 22 Magnum, which is a huge difference between a 22 rimfire. A very huge difference. A lot of people don't realize that a 22 Magnum um, is nothing near as small as a 22 rimfire. In my old Theobin Rapid 12 30 foot-pounds pre-charged air rifle, I used Bisley Magnums, and they would knock a rabbit over at 50 yards plus and make a right mess of the head. Oh, I bet. 35 foot-pounds, huh? Huh. Yeah, that's a bummer, Andy. We can hunt with here in Wisconsin. I'm allowed to hunt with a crossbow, and I'm thinking I'm going to invest in one for next year. I think I'm going to invest in a crossbow for next year. I've got my field blind. I got all the gear I need to go hunting, but except for the right firearm or a bow, and I can't draw a bow anymore because of that back injury I had. But I can fire a crossbow. And I can load the crossbow without a problem. A buddy of mine had a really sweet one. And yeah, I played with it quite a bit. And I'm thinking I think that's what I'm going to do. Um, get your butt well and truly handed to you for it. Andy says opposite to shellfish over here, only the months with an R in them. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Yeah, all based on breeding seasons or migratory seasons, and yeah, and it's wise. It's. I was glad that the tribes decided to honor that, and they then passed it as tribal law. Running Water says, "I'll dig out the seasoning, and you can use what you want." Had bought it with the plans of buying a large dehydrator. Plans got rearranged. Yeah, I've got a grinder. It's a hand grinder. So, I can buy ground. I might just buy the beef ground, but it's a lot cheaper for me to buy round and hand grind it myself. Yeah, Andy says and knows that feeling, Donnie. James said you probably use crossbows. Do you know why? I don't understand, James. I don't understand. Electric meat grinder sausage stuffer? You shit you. Yeah. Electric, yeah. Oh man, running water. Oh, no way I'm deer hunting this year. I can't afford a crossbow this year, but next year I can. I know I'll be able to. We'll get some venison next year, and then I'll make my ground venison burger too, being that you got the electric grinder. stuffed sausage stuffer. We can make some venison brats. I can get some of my. Everybody fell in love with my ground venison because my ground venison is 2 parts venison, 1 part bacon, all ground together. And you talk about some awesome burger that makes. I tell you what, there's no fat in venison, but if you go 2 to 1, just awesome. Oh yeah, some summer sausage. Um, for this time next year, we might want to invest in a small smoker running water. We'll just get a small one that it's no different than having a barbecue. I had one when I lived on MacArthur. I smoked turkeys in it, and smoked salmon in it, um, and you can smoke sausages in them. Um, they're not terribly expensive, couple $100 for a good one. Um, this time next year, maybe we'll go together and invest in one, and then I'll have my crossbow, and next year we'll get serious, really serious about it. Summer sausage, oh yes, I love venison sausage with a passion. And he says only fired a crossbow once, went through 2 caravans and into a third at an old caravan site, which was shut for the winter. But my friend and I were hunting rabbits there. uh, for you folks that don't understand what Andy's saying about caravans, they're camper trailers, RV trailers. Yeah, had a bow as a kid till mom found out about it. That that was ended real quick. Now the regs are so tight, I just can't be bothered to even try anymore. If I want rabbit, I have so many places and ways. There you go to get them. Yeah, there you go. See, that's the thing here is do we have a lot of rabbits in town? All over the damn place. Right here by outside the building I live in, this big building, we got a big grassy area, and you can go out there to Smoke Shack and watch, and you'll see anywhere from 5 to 8 of them at a time prancing around out there. Yeah, breathing like rabbits. And um, you get out in the country and out in the woods, you'd be lucky if you see one every 2 or 3 days. You might see one. Um, and you can really tell the short how few there are in the winter when you get out in the woods out here. Yeah, you don't see a lot of rabbit sign. You'll see some, but you don't see a lot. We get a few cottontails around, a lot of cottontails compared to snowshoe hares. We used to have a lot of snowshoes up here, but don't see many snowshoes anymore. People are killing them off, snaring them, hunting them. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why the coyotes are moving towards town. Well, the problems we have in this damn town is all the deer and all of the bears that are in this town. I hear people talking about, ooh, the bear's in camp. What about the dang bear that I seen about a week ago? That I'm only 1 block off of Main Street. And our Main Street's long. It's all commercial businesses on both sides. We're only a block away. And here comes a bear walking down Third Street, like he owned the city. And I'm looking out my window, I'm going, my God, that's a bear. And there he goes. He's going down, walking down the street, heading to town. Well, we're already in town. He's heading further into town. Yeah, yeah. The I haven't seen coyotes in town. We haven't seen coyotes. Um, And he says, borrow a friend's ferret and nets. Get me a dozen or two rabbits in a day, but only like winter rabbit and hate digging. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And winter rabbit is the best. Yeah. The thing is, the coyotes here, what brings them into town here is all the trash in town. Yeah. That's what they're really looking for, is the trash and easy prey, domestic cats and dogs that are running loose. Yeah, Andy, the bear's heading to the pub for a pint of honey mead. Yeah, 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 yeah. See, I'm one where if I see a yote out there and my gun is handy, no more yote. I'm as sick and tired of the yotes as I am with the timber wolves up here. Our deer herd's finally coming back, and I hope it maintains. I hope it keeps on the incline that it's on. I'm seeing so many deer this year compared to the last 5 years, 6 years even. I'm seeing more deer this year than I have in any of those last five. A lot more. And that's because they culled the timber wolf packs. They culled them way down. And they've been taking a lot of coyote. And everybody goes, "Oh yeah, you're gonna just wipe out the wolves and the coyotes." No, we're not. No, nobody's wiping them all out. It's Coyotes are a lot different than wolves, for one thing. A big pack of wolves in northern Wisconsin is eight wolves in that pack. That's a big pack. Most packs are typically anywhere from 3 to 5 to a pack. Well, now those packs started getting to where the common size pack was 8 and large packs were 15. No, they don't know. They don't need packs of 15 wolves running around here. Thin them back down to the original pack sizes, and then it's like the wolves and the deer. It was balanced. There was still deer, and there were still wolves. Now the coyotes, on the other hand, them rotten little. I don't want them wiped out. I get a kick out of listening to them, especially at night when I'm camping. It's neat to hear them yipping and howling, but they they have much larger litters, 4 and sometimes 6 pups, and their mortality rate is real low. They get mature, they make it to maturity, um, and that's why we're not seeing many rabbits. That's why the grouse population is down. That's why a lot of the small game is getting heavily impacted by the coyotes. Yeah, yeah. They thin that coyote population down. Get that thinned down. We'll see a lot more bobcat in the region, a lot more lynx in the region. Um, yeah. Oh yeah, and you're absolutely right. Feral dog packs. Whew, that's one thing. Thank God up here, nobody tolerates them. They see 3 or more dogs running out in the boonies out here. Them dogs ain't gonna last. They go out and hunt them down. Boy, they hunt them down quick. In PA, people call them target practice. Yeah. Yeah, the feral dogs are nasty. And the worst thing about a feral dog is coyotes don't go after people. They'll come up to, they'll bite you, but they're not trying to take you down as prey. They'll bite you while they're trying to get the the dog you're walking on the leash or the cat you're holding in your arms. Feral dogs, on the other hand, they'll take a person down. They're non-discriminatory. They just want something to take down. They're nasty, 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 nasty. They don't have a natural fear for people like an actual wild animal. And it's nuts. Don't find out till too late. They ain't no pet. Yeah, right. That's it. That's it. I see a dog out in the wild at all, a domestic dog out in the wild. I look quick, see if there's somebody with them. See if there's somebody with them. And then my sidearm leaves the leather unless somebody's whistling for that dog or calling that dog. That dog best not get within 25, 30 yards of me because I'm going to start plugging at him because it's got no business out there. It's got no business 4 or 5 miles away from any habitation without its owner right there. So, yeah, yeah. And I've told folks all around, and I'm not the only one. There's a lot of us guys up here have made it clear around town that do not let your dog run out there in the barrens unattended. Don't ever do it because it comes across one of us. It's a goner. Yeah, yeah. So many think it's just a lost dog like Lassie. Lassie, come home. Yeah, he's gonna come over and bite your ass off. the Oh, that's one of the problems we have too. Um, and I always tell folks, I try to, in a sense, counsel them. There's not a safe bear out there. 99.9% of the time, you don't have to worry about a black bear. You really don't, unless it's a sow with cubs. Now, that 0.1% of the time, you'll have a rogue, and you better worry about that SOB. And every single black bear should be looked at. They are not a Disney beast, they are man killers. That's exactly what they are. The black bear, if it attacks a person, it kills that person. That's its intent. It will not attack a person just to scare them, just to drive them off, just to hurt them. Even if it's a sow with cubs, to her, to a black bear, you are one of two things. You're a threat or you're prey. And if they choose to attack you, their only intent is to kill you, to make sure that you will never be a threat to them, period. Grizzlies, on the other hand, will maul and leave the majority of the time. Very there's cases, some of them very well documented, where grizzlies have fed on people, have killed them and then fed on them. Black bears far outnumber grizzlies as far as killing and then feeding on the person. Um, yeah, people taking their pets and dump them for farms. Um, yeah, we see that up here. They'll they'll drive out in the country and they look for a farm and they'll throw their dog out and off they go. Will said, I'll be back. I had to change my iPad here. Yeah, yeah. And I know down there around the Twin Cities there, James, I think I knew a half a dozen people at least that were driving out in the country when they'd have a litter of cats. They'd wait till the kittens were old enough to fend for themselves in a sense, and they'd drive out there towards Delano and all the farm country, drive past farms throwing cats out in the ditch, thinking, well, those cats will find their way up to the farm and they'll live happily ever after at old McDonald's. No, those cats are going to have worms in the next week, and then within a month and a half, they're going to be dying because they're totally unhealthy and full of worms. And yeah, yeah. Charge, not change. Yeah, spell check. We we don't have much luck with spell check. Andy says, right, 7 a.m. for me, folks. I got it. Wait a minute. 10. Oh, geez. Yeah, guys. We're at the 6 hour mark. We're an hour over tonight's planned stream. I hate to do it. Yeah, it is sad for the animals, Will, that you got to do that. Andy, you take care, bro. I'll talk to you tomorrow afternoon. I'll send you a message. Okay? Hey, guys, I'm going to have to wrap it up. I'm going to have to shut her down. It's been absolutely great. And you all make sure to take care. And I'm going to try to do a stream Tuesday night. Okay? Okie dokie, guys. Yeah, anybody that hasn't, hit the like button on the way out of the door. And I'll catch you all hopefully Tuesday. Okay? And Andy, tomorrow I'll be talking to you. Okay. Good night, guys. If I can find where I'm at. You too, Will. There we go. Good night, everybody.